Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Luis is almost up on her vagina, so we got to watch the mileage. I don't want to go over.
You want to get charged 15 cents a mile? Isn't that what they charge you?
It's like 25 cents a mile.
It really
on most
is.
Cars, yeah.
I mean, and you wouldn't think that'd be a lot, but if you went
if you go 10,000 miles over, that's $2,500.
I know.
And that's it. Yeah, that's the old rates. I don't even know what it is now. Maybe 40 cents a mile.
It is a little bit more.
Yeah.
When you're at home whacking it to the Brandy Love Instagram, do you ever look at your daughter and just feel full of shame?
It sounds like you're asking yourself a question here, Seth.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Let me, Merch Crick, normally I'd be really mad at her right now. Sending me well, what time did she send it? Hold on. 5:56. She sends me a text at 5:56. I'm like, bitch, I'm about ready to go on the air. I'm about ready to take the snap. But it was, she's working with a company to design Bubba Army slides.
Oh, yeah.
The
nice.
Air Bubba Fat Man Dunk slides.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant.
And so she's getting them to me, and she just sent me a mock-up. And I think I like them. Maybe I'll send them over to you guys or show them to you guys individually. Let me know if you like them or not.
Yeah,
because I think we're gonna have those available when we come out with the Air Bubba 2s, which might be next The pre-order for the Air Bubba 2s might be as early as next Thursday.
I think those are gonna sell really good.
And you got to realize it takes about 12 weeks to get here, 8 to 12. So to get them done, and hell, I don't think Donald Trump's got his done yet.
Not that I know of, because it would be news if his came out,
Right.
We haven't heard.
We stole his idea, got him manufactured, shipped, and delivered to the rightful owners before that he's even got him out yet. And I think everybody now has everybody who ordered the Fat Man Dunks Air Bubba 1s, which will end up being probably somewhat of a collector's item. Didn't you say that Seth has his listed for $1,200 on Marketplace?
There's one for $1,800 and one for $1,200.
See, the reason why I think Seth is the $1,200 one is because $1,800's a little greedy, probably a little too much meat on that bone, but he could probably come in at $12 and make the 18 look bad and get that sale.
Exactly.
A quick sale.
Seth, am I on your bandwidth at all?
You're dead on.
Thank you. So I might be able to. I don't know, Lummy. I only got 8 or 9. No, I probably got 15 pair. I don't know that I'm even going to list them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Because I don't want to. Because next week, or unless I list them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I just list. I have to list them before I put the new ones up because I don't want it to get confusing.
Of course,
the smattering of the 9 or 10 pairs of of older ones that people are just clamoring for, or the brand new ones. I don't want to hurt sales on the brand. I just don't want to get it confusing.
Oh yeah,
because don't forget the Air Bubba 2s are gonna be. They're two different designs. They're the black and red. and then the green, white, and red for our greasy Italian listeners out there.
I love.
Yeah. And then, Lummy, with that, it's also going to probably end up being a slide as well. And the shoe manufacturer who makes them for us, they're not making us, make 1,000 pairs and potentially they're letting us go ahead and put a pre-order in and then only order what we need, which is cool. You're not stuck with 300 extra pair of shoes. Although I will tell you this, I only ordered 500 bottles of Bubba Army Alpha Volume 24. I only ordered 500 bottles. I could have sold 1,000.
Yeah.
Easily.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it smells so good.
Easily could have sold 1,000.
Now, can I, from pretty much emails and in chat too, there's been a lot of people asking about 15s.
No,
if they were to
they know they cannot for some, and I've begged because I think we would sell a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
Merch Crick, if you're listening, inquire about 15s, but we were told 14s as big as you can get. Damn you Sasquatch listeners out there.
I know.
I mean, Lord.
I've got foot envy.
I mean, like, Lummy, you got, what, a 14?
Yes.
Damn. And you're a big man. So to have
a 15.
one that, that's an inch bigger than you, like, that's the difference between like a 9 and 10. 9's kind of a littler dude, whereas a 10 kind of starts to be where the bigger boned people come in at.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What did because you have a Shaq shoe.
His was
16.
No,
right?
no. I have a Dwight Howard shoe.
Oh, I thought you had a Shaq shoe too.
I think his was a 19.
Jeez.
I have them signed and authenticated by Beckett. So Now, Seth, is that what is when you get if you have a signed something, but you have an letter of authenticity from Beckett, like from one of the big, not just from Jerry down the street, Club Boy, but from Beckett, does that just ensure the fact that nobody can ever say it's not fake and it's worth more money?
It just ensures the fact that it's worth money and that it's real.
Right, and that, it's not some clubhouse signature or something like that.
Right, yeah, and there's a couple places that do it other than Beckett.
It's kind of expensive, though, isn't it? It's kind of expensive.
To get the certification?
I think it is. I think it's a little salty.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Shaq wore a size 23.
Oh, my God.
Jesus, God.
That's pretty big.
I like to see somebody put a size 23s on a small guy. You know how much energy it would take just to lift your feet up to get to where you're going, man. You'd have like Lou Ferrigno type quads just from lifting your feet up, right?
Yeah.
And basketball shoes tend to be a little heavier too.
Yeah, they do.
They're heavy because they're more constructed. They're more supportive.
Do any of the NBA guys at all wear low cuts, or are all basketball shoes past the ankle? Because I'm thinking that almost all NBA guys wear
Three-quarters or full high tops?
Three-quarters or high tops because they need that ankles. And I'm sure they all have their ankles wrapped as well, but they need that. Ankle is one of the, kind of like a knee in the NFL, an ACL or what's it called? ACL or
yeah, anterior cruciate ligament.
But there's another one too.
The tibial triad is the medial collateral, the
MCL,
ACL.
Right. Those are super common in football. But whereas in basketball, it seems like the ankle takes more abuse in basketball because you got instant grip. And it's all about cuts and really, really turning on a dime.
And people landing on your ankle.
Well, and hold on. And you don't have, with the NFL, you got a certain amount of giveaway when you're pushing off turf and or artificial turf or even regular turf. The foundation underneath you isn't as solid as a hardwood basketball court.
Yes.
A hardwood basketball court's going nowhere. So all the grip that you got, which you got shoes that, that's one of the things you look for in a basketball shoe is grip, right? Because you don't be sliding all around. So if you got good grip and you go to make that move, are ankle injuries, Dan, more prevalent in basketball than are they the equivalent to a knee injury in football?
Well, the knee injury in football is catastrophic, but that's the thing you really, really, really worry about, and that's the thing that keeps people off the field. You don't have a lot of ankle things that keep people off the field. They'll get a high ankle sprain sometimes, but that's usually a really violent event.
Is your ankle just more rugged than your knee?
They're both pretty rugged joints.
Because your ankle seems pretty little compared to your big knee.
Yeah, but the ankle's only, it's 3 bones coming together, and they're all 3 really big bones. The knee's got 3 bones coming together, but really it's 2 bones plus the kneecap. And so it slides and it rotates, and if you get tackled on the side, man, it just blows out. They call it the terrible triad.
Remember the Joe Theismann?
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one?
Oh. Well, that's when horses break their legs.
You know what? Honest to God, with the Joe Theismann, I saw it. When it was a thing. After it happened, it was all over. But if I'll be on YouTube, sometimes it'll click up as a suggested deal. I won't watch it. It makes me sick almost.
I was gonna say I just sent it to you, but according to Inside Science,
is that the worst? Is that the worst NFL knee injury
ever? I think Alex Smith's.
Alex Smith playing for the same team on the same field 30 years later.
Oh, that's right. In fact, his was so extensive.
They had to rebuild his leg.
They had to re-drill his leg. Did they not?
Yeah, and he came back and played too.
And he came back and played at a pretty high level, did he not?
Yes. I mean, he wasn't among the best in the league, but he was definitely Alex Smith.
Almost getting your leg ripped off, yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. Oh, Jesus, where are we being heard?
And by the way, according to Inside Science, half the NBA wear low tops.
Low?
For real?
Yeah, but low tops. It's hard to see because they wear the ankle braces and everything now.
So probably what would normally be a shoe
is replaced by the brace.
Is replaced, which is probably far more effective than a shoe.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you can go down, you can have some rigidity to it. Yeah.
I mean, that shoe isn't just absolutely form fitted to your ankle. It's around your ankle and it's tied around your ankle. But like a brace, it
doesn't give.
That's immediate.
Jim Brown and Franco Harris.
By the way, wasn't this Lawrence Taylor?
Yes, it was. You see him jump up and start waving for the medic.
First and 10. Riggins, Fleetlicker, back to side. He's in a lot of trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble. Wait till they show the replay here.
Taylor, who slammed Theismann to the ground at the 42-yard line.
Look at Lawrence Taylor's like, man, I broke this guy's mother effing leg. Get your ass out here.
That's not necessarily a good play to have.
And boy, the thing about it is he genuinely. Players.
He felt badly. Yeah, he felt badly.
He genuinely felt bad.
Yeah, he'd want to do that.
I mean, he wants to sack that guy and smash that guy.
Bruise him, maybe.
But he doesn't want to. He's in the same Players Association. He loves this guy deep down. Watch it.
That's not necessarily a good play to have.
Oh, my God.
Lawrence Taylor.
That's the difference between today's society and back then. Back then, Lawrence Taylor, who arguably was like the baddest ass, he was genuinely sorry, but today that guy would be over him talking smack and all that, right? Like today he'd be like, "That's right, bitch, broke your leg, mother effer."
No, he wouldn't.
You don't think so?
No, he'd be fined.
He was up saying Theismann is hurt, and I don't believe Lawrence Taylor would have reacted that way unless Theismann is really hurt.
Did Theismann play after this?
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did either.
He slammed him to the natural surface here. Let's take a look at with our.
This is where it. This is bad. This is really bad.
First angle camera. He's looking deep, but he knows he's in trouble. Lawrence Taylor, number 56, right there. Carson is number 53. But it's
Watch
Taylor
this.
over Carson. And you see the right knee.
And that wasn't a malicious tackle either. It's like he went for his legs. It just the legs got tangled up.
Knew that something was.
Yeah.
So that's a tib-fib fracture.
Yeah, Theismann was 36 there, and then it was insufficient bone growing in the recovery, so he never came back.
I sent you Alex Smith's one too.
It's the same reason that horses get shot after they break that lower leg, because it's got such poor blood supply. Sometimes it doesn't heal properly.
See, I was like, man, poor horses. I can't think of any other. Is there any other animal, besides a horse? Like when a cow breaks its leg, did they have to shoot the cow?
Well, they probably eat it. You still eat them.
Oh, you eat them. Okay. All right. I guess you can't eat horse.
You got veal.
And there goes Alex Smith down at the 40-yard line. Kareem Jackson.
Oh, you can actually see.
See, he's flexing.
Yeah, hold on.
Instead of being concerned.
Yeah,
I agree.
Hold on. I know, but still, everybody kind of counted me as being wrong. Lawrence Taylor's first reaction when he popped up wasn't one where he's like, yeah. He popped up genuinely from second one, wanting to help this guy, not this dude. Look, yeah.
Yeah, flexing. I think it's completely different, Bubba. I think you're
You
right.
can see it.
This right here. Oh, my God.
This is what
Alex Smith back to pass.
happened to Alex Smith.
Look at that ankle, just completely flip-flop applesauce. Now watch, the guy involved immediately gets up. Yeah, bitch, yeah.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Bubba, on this one.
Well, there's two things too. They said Joe Theismann was screaming in so much pain, and if you looked at that video, Alex Smith just took his helmet off like he wasn't even in
I know,
pain,
but one probably
which is insane.
But hold on, one. Well, no, I mean maybe one didn't hurt as bad, and one did. I don't
They had to
know.
rebuild his leg.
It's possible. No, it's possible. Sometimes a fracture hurts more than others. Depends on what it does to the skin, too.
Oh, really? Okay.
You know, like an open fracture where the bone comes through the skin is way more painful than a regular fracture.
I wanted to get this out of the way, but as you can see, I have dabbled around on my bookie. Yesterday, I was down to 43 cents, and the fine people at my bookie went ahead and put $5 in for me last night.
Right. So you got $5,000 and 43 cents.
No. I got $6,000.
Nice.
Because Lummy, as you can see, I was like, you know what? Let me just, because you got to log in. You know, when I went to go sign in this morning, because I knew I was going to play it live on the air as part of my endorsement. By the way, go to mybookie.ag, and use promo code Bubba on your first deposit. It'll get you some more money. Okay.
Nice.
And whether it's live sports betting, which we got, me and Kush got, is it 500 on the Mavs?
1,000.
It's 1,000, and they dropped last night. By the way,
Yeah, they didn't look too hot last night.
we still got. I think we got an open bet of 1,000 on the Mavs. We got an open bet on Donald Trump becomes. Now, was it the president or the GOP primate?
Primate and president. Donald Trump is the president, and Gavin Newsom is the Democratic nominee.
All right. Now,
Oh, you put that as a bet?
yeah. And it paid like 800 or something. It was paid out. I could go back and look.
I think it's like double. I think it's like you bet like 800.
So we got some
16.
open bets out on the table.
Yes.
So I said I'm going to go ahead and sign on and just make sure Mike, throw one bet up there. I go a G ball and instantaneously get a ace 8, which can be interpreted either as a 9 or a 19.
Yes. Nice.
Dealer was showing, although the dealer was showing the jack. There's nothing you can do. You can't hit an 8. You can't hit a 19. I mean, you can. Dan, some people do hit that because
it's controversial.
They play it as a 9.
Yes, it's controversial with a face card showing.
Well, and
on
some
the dealer.
people probably would fight you at the casino.
Yes.
if there were other players.
Well, I guess
playing.
probably
Right.
technically, if you're showing a 19 or
A soft 19.
a soft 19 or a hard 9, and the dealer is still showing you that jack. You may assume that he's got a 20.
He's got a 20. You assume he's a 20.
Yeah.
Yes.
But if you're,
But I'm taking those odds all day and not bet. I'm taking the 19.
Well, I mean, you got to think. I mean, you are fighting because you're now going for a chance for a 2.
All right, here we go. Ready? We're back. We're going to play a couple hands, okay?
All right.
Now, within mybookie.com, you can go to the casino part. You can go to the live casino part. You can go to the sports book. You can go to the sports betting. And within the sports book, they got everything. NHL, NBA, WNBA, NASCAR, Formula One. Ping pong, soccer. They may have had a contest. They may have had a betting contest last night on Miss Alabama, and if you picked the person who won, it was probably like 37,000 to 1, right, Lummy? Did you see that?
Yeah, I think it was the weight scale. If the Miss Alabama would be over 200 pounds.
We're going to get into that story here momentarily. Miss Alabama, like Miss Florida, like Miss Ohio. The person that you send to them. I'm assuming the Miss America contest.
Yes, it's representative of the state.
Usually is a girl that's, hot. Well, Alabama decides to get cute last night, and they put in Lizzo.
Yeah, she was cute.
Literally, they put a girl that looks. I'm not knocking those big Lizzo fans out there, Rhett, but I'm just saying, usually Lizzo isn't the one that is representing your fine state in the Miss America contest. Alabama pulled, of all states, of all backward ass states. If the average Alabamian is probably like, man, I want the hottest chick in the whole. Do you imagine? You know how many hot chicks are in Alabama?
You see Alabama football.
Yeah, you see their cheerleaders.
Yeah, and Auburn too.
Auburn, LSU, Alabama.
Well, they just lost a bunch of guys in recruiting to Alabama. Lord knows they need some O-linemen. Or Colorado, I'm sorry.
Georgia. I mean, if you basically from like University of Florida, Florida State. Alabama, LSU,
Auburn,
Ole Miss, Georgia, Clemson.
Oh, yeah.
They all got those southern hot ass bells, just hot as hell. Not Mississippi. They put in Lizzo last night.
Alabama.
Alabama. Let's go 1,500.
Perfect. We got Dr. Dan here, a card counter.
Well, supposedly this is a multi.
It's a bigger deck.
What just happened?
Can I ask a dumb question on strategy, Lummy?
Yes.
So say the dealer's got a 6 showing, a break card, and you have a soft 19. If you double down on that, would people fight you?
Yes. Yes, they would.
They would fight you on that?
Yes.
Okay.
So hold on. If you had a soft 19 and you said you doubled down on it because it's really a 9.
Right.
But the dealer's showing a 6. Right. So what the people are thinking is if everyone stays and the dealer shows a 16 and you get a face card, you just took the face card to break the dealer.
Yeah.
Right.
And they won't beat you up, but they let it be known.
They'll scoff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, depends on how much they're betting.
All right, hold on. This is mybookie.ag. Use promo code Bubba.
Oh, this is not. Okay.
All right. Dealer shows a 10, and we're showing a 14.
What you got to hit?
I mean, you got to hit. I mean, Blackjack 101, did you hit that? I mean, please.
Boing.
18. Now you got to stand.
Yep.
So we're showing 18. Dealer showing a 10. We're gonna go to flop. Here we go.
17.
12. Oh man, beat me with the third card. Don't you hate that? Don't you hate when when they go 3 cards deep and they beat you? Mm-hmm. Son of a bitch. Okay, let's put. Max bet. Max bet is 100. Okay.
Perfect pairs.
All right, let's go another 1,000. Now, no. Listen. The endorsement's done, and we can't play anymore if we lose this bet because we have to have some for next week, Lummy. Okay?
Oh yes, of course.
So, but if we win, then we can keep pressing on. Oh, there's that sexy thick weather girl from Channel 35 over there.
Yeah, ciao.
Look at her. Me and Brian got a thing for her. Here we go. Boom. I'm showing a king. I'm showing a 13. Now, hold on. This is where it gets tricky.
This is horrible.
Because I'm showing a 13. The dealer's showing a 4. You got to assume it's a 14. But Dan, there's only 8. There's 8 cards that help me, and how many cards? I mean, everything from a 9 on up hurts me, right? Mm-hmm. So I got 9, 10s, Jack, Queen, King. I got 6 cards that kill me, and I got 8 or 9 cards that help me.
Yeah, but traditionally, when the dealer has a break card, you stay.
So that's what you're saying.
If you're over 11,
if me and Seth, which are rookies at this, if we're at the Hard Rock and we're playing in front of you, and you're the third guy, what do we do so that we don't get you mad at us?
Everyone will tell you to stay because you want the dealer to break. Yeah.
Or I could have hit that 3, which would have been mine, and then this
and 15 doesn't get you any better than or 16 doesn't get you much better than a 13. You guys can
just thank yourselves because we can't play anymore now. Mm-hmm. I mean, I got to stay true to the game so I have enough money for next week. Mybookie.ag and put in promo code Bubba. I'll put that screen over there. Let me put in promo code Bubba, and you'll get more on your deposit.
Those are 2 tough hands.
So you've been gone to the surf ranch.
Yes, I was in Fresno.
You were only there for 2 days, weren't you?
I got
probably the perfect amount of time.
Well, yes. I mean, I went in. I flew out Tuesday morning. We surfed all day Wednesday, and then I flew back yesterday. And the flight there with Continental was wonderful. We went through Denver, no problems at all. I came back with American, and they suck. They were an hour and a half delayed, 12 hours early. I get a notification. Flight's going to be 90 minutes delayed, which threw my connection off in Dallas. So then I ended up getting there, and that flight made it, but it started late.
We're talking about coming home.
Coming home. So Bubba, check this out. This plane's been sitting there. The problem was not a mechanical. It was a
plane flight out on what?
Continental.
On Continental.
Wonderful airline.
Where'd you stop over at?
Denver.
Denver, no problem.
Pretty airport, huge.
Oh yeah, it's
airport's so freaking big.
It's so big, and it's
why?
I don't know. I think they want fat people to thin down a little bit before they get into the city. It's It's one of the biggest, longest walking airports in the history of the world.
I took a train, and it still was long.
That in Atlanta, I hate Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta sucks.
I sent you a picture from Dr. Dan.
All right. So getting out there, no problem.
And then we all Jay got out there a day early. He comes back and picks me up from the airport, which is really sweet. We get to the surf ranch.
How long from the airport to the ranch?
Like a half hour.
Oh, that's not too bad.
No.
Did he have like a rental car or something?
Yeah, big Suburban. It was loaded up. He had 4 people with him, so we actually had to put some guy in between the 2 back seats going backwards. He was facing backwards like a jump seat.
Sounds very safe.
Oh yeah, we're fine. And so then we get there, and they have a meal steak waiting for us. We have these beautiful rooms that we're staying in, and we all get together. And there's a couple pros with us, and a lot of friends, and a couple people I'd never seen before.
Now, what's the capacity of Surf Ranch? Isn't it only like 20 people?
Well, groups are usually 10 to 20 people, and then but there's usually like a group leaving and a group coming, and there's some overlap. And so there was a group there finishing up, and we watched them do their waves. And then, like I said, we had a really nice meal and drank and laughed until 11 o'clock. The next morning we get up, there's a breakfast, and then we surf. And we get 4 one-hour sessions there's a wave every 4 minutes. And the wave lasts about 45 seconds. So it's about 3 minutes between waves. And that's just enough time for the water to flatten out and people to get moved around, because when it's your turn, you got to be in a certain position to catch the wave.
Now, can only one guy catch a wave at a time?
They'll allow 2 guys on the wave. It's just that usually you get one guy, it's his wave, it's his primary wave. But if he falls, then you can do what they call poaching. And so you line up down the track, and you'll see in the video that I sent.
Rich, by the way, hashtag rich people problems.
Yes.
You'll see Seth talking about poaching a wave right now.
I sent him a video of my wave of the day, and it was a wave I actually poached. You can see if one guy takes it and he falls after about 10 or 15 seconds, and then I pick up the wave and take it to the end.
How hard is it? Like, I think all of us in this room have the knowledge of what it takes to throw a baseball. Everybody in this room has the knowledge of what it takes to maybe kick a football or throw a football. Everybody in this room, in this building, probably has an idea of what the athletic ability to swing a golf club and be accurate at. All of these sports are super, super hyper fragmented into, only a very small percentage of people are good enough to get paid for it. Mm-hmm. Now, and I think probably all of us at one time have been on some roller skates or have been on like a skateboard. Okay.
Yes.
I think all of us probably have. Seth, have you ever been on a skateboard?
I don't think so. No.
Really?
How about like rollerblades or like roller skates?
No,
Thank you for saying that you never rollerbladed, because thank God, Seth.
Yeah, no, I just no skateboard, only rollerblades. Pink. No shirt. Catch me down Bayshore.
Yeah, we tried to catch you, but
with a whistle.
But you really manned up, and we tried to throw the rollerblades on you, Seth, and you just didn't bite.
You did. That was awesome, man. God bless you.
I was always a bicycle guy, so that was
so
my
you've
thing.
never really been, but you've obviously played a little bit of baseball.
Yeah,
I've seen you know how to shoot hoops. Have you ever golfed?
I hate golfing.
Okay, but you have.
I've hit a ball, yeah.
So you know how hard it is. Like,
yeah.
If you see a guy like Tiger Woods that can just swing that bitch and put it within 4 inches. Listen.
Yeah, it's not easy to hit that.
Consistently, yeah.
With me, man, it's like, it's 50-50 if I'm going to hit it. Because I could just whiff it. And then it's 50-50 if I'm even going to hit it straight and with any distance. So, I got like a 25% chance of having a good shot. And golf. But if you're a pro golfer, you can put that bitch about anywhere you want it.
Yeah, literally 98% of the time.
Absolutely. You can backspin it. You can make it go around the tree. You can draw it. You can, you can run it. There's just all kind. Same thing with a pitcher. Man, we get out there and we're lucky if we can hit the glove, going 46, right? Like Seth.
Oh, yeah.
Seth's throwing out the first pitch next Saturday, and he's done it before.
Practicing?
I completely whiffed, and my last time I threw, it hit the ground before it got to the plate.
Yeah, but it got right to the catcher's glove.
Yeah, but still, we're not doing. It's not, ladies and gentlemen. Watch Bubba the Love Sponge. Watch Bubba the Love Sponge one bounce it to the plate. That's not what they call it.
Yeah, you're a cricket pitcher.
First pitch. So anyway,
Dan, can we turn your flag football field into a baseball diamond so I can get some practice tosses in?
Yes, we can mark it out. If you want to measure it out and do that, we absolutely can. Absolutely.
60 feet, 6 inches.
Okay, no problem. We can do that. We can do it this weekend.
So that's going to go up in there and throw a nice, right down the middle. I've thrown a couple strikes, but not a lot.
I'll shag with you. I don't know if I can throw it back though because my shoulder, but I'll catch it and roll it back.
Anyway,
I sent you his
So
surf
Dan, what
video.
I'm saying was, with all the sports that I named, and how good you got to be, and how hard it really is, how hard is this?
I've been surfing for 45 years, and I'm still just above average. That's how hard it is. It is such a hard sport because the wave is always changing.
So
it's never the same wave twice, except for here.
And you gotta admit, this sport's not made for fat guys.
Oh no! I mean, when I lost my weight, I got better. I mean, 20 pounds makes a difference.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 20 pounds,
huge.
Not 100.
No,
if you're 100 pounds overweight.
There's one guy.
I'm 285 right now. 287 this morning, a little heavy. Sorry, but 187, I might be able to surf, but I'm not surfing at 287. Right?
No.
So I mean, this is very because you just dent right into the water. I mean, I don't think the wave would be big enough to get you up.
The only thing I think you could ride is a longboard.
Yeah, I guess they could give me a board from here to
right, Dr. Dan.
Yes.
So Dan, this is you.
Yeah. Yes. No. Well, this is the wave I coach. So this is the other guy. He catches the wave, but he's off balance. He's just not right, and here it goes, just out of nowhere, boom, he goes down. So then I sneak in and I catch it because I'm further down the line.
Like you're a little robber over there.
Right.
You're like a little robber over there. Like, okay, I'm gonna go poach it. Boom.
So then it's a left, and I'm not goofy foot, so this is not like my favorite position. I prefer going the other way.
Right.
So I'm just trying to survive
but at this point, you prefer to go the other way.
Yes.
What's this called, a goofy foot?
I'm not goofy foot. If I was facing the wave and my right foot was forward,
Now, is there anybody, Dan, that is Mac enough, like the greatest surf, like Kelly Slater, the greatest surfer on earth, that can go and jump up and make their board flip directions and start making this wave a different kind of wave?
Yes, there are. In fact, we had a guy there that can do it. A guy named Kalani Rob.
I'm talking about that goes up, jumps up, flips a board, and now he's headed that way.
Yep.
For real?
Yeah, he can do it. He can do it with a soft foam board.
What do they do? Like kind of dig the ass end and then try to twirl it around?
Yep, they'll spin the board around exactly.
You almost spin it there.
Yep. And this is the end of the day. I'm so tired. Everything hurts. My ass hurts. So there's a guy on a jet ski following me. So getting into the tube. There's the tube. Now, I should fall, but I don't. I fight it, and I come out of it.
Yeah! Now, is that what got you wave of the day?
Yes, because I did that in front of 40 people.
So what got you waved of the day wasn't, that's me, waved for the day. That's the difference. The award I win is waved for the day, which means you got to go home.
Right.
Dan wins wave of the day because most people would have succumbed and fell down or, grabbed their board and just belly rode it on in. But you fought that whitewater and came through on it, right?
Right, exactly. I got deep, you can't see me for a second, and then boom, comes
It looks
out
like
of
you're getting it looks like they're completely flushing your head out, though. I mean, that's right against your side of your head, is it not?
Yes, part of it is.
This is like when God emerged after parting the Red Sea. There he is. I did it. Start walking, bitches.
Jay will show you a video later today, and he has this where he is so deep in the tube for like 8 seconds, and it's I have something like that, but this was the
now
way
when
of the day.
Jay goes out there,
he's so much better than I am.
We talk about he's so much better than you are, but like when Jay goes out there, is he like with regards to other dudes? Is he as good as most dudes?
He's of all the amateurs, he's as good as most amateurs. But we had a couple pros with us, Bubba, and when they go out there, it's so different. It's like watching It's like watching me drive a race car at Sebring, and then watching
Tony Stewart
drive a race car. It's that different. It's
really?
that extra. It's that 2 or 3 clicks.
Is it just that they can pop up sooner?
No.
Is it they ride the wave different?
Different. That's where it is. They're always in the critical part. They're going to the very top of the wave, to the very bottom of the wave. When they're in the tube, They're so deep in the tube you can't see them. They can change direction on a dime. They never get knocked off the wave, and they're catching air. I mean, one of the guys that we were with, the guy named Kalani Robb, was known for being the first guy that really was doing giant like aerial 360s.
Now, can they adjust the wave on this and make it bigger?
Yes, and so what they do is they change the speed. The bottom has different contours and shallow and deep end parts to it, and so the train goes and it's on a cable and there's like a shovel on it that pushes the water. And I thought they would change the angle of the shovel to change it because there's 5 different types of waves they can make.
Right,
but it has to do with the speed.
Okay, so the 5 different types of waves they can make at Kelly Slater's surf ranch in California is they have this big like train that has tracks on it, and it's right above the water. Well, they got this big triangle scoop on the front part of this train that goes into the water, and as this train gets hauling ass, it then creates everything to the left of it, or whatever side, this big wave. It creates a wave. Who thought? Did Kelly Slater think of this technology, or did some big company think of it and Kelly put his name on it?
Kelly has been trying to do this his entire career. He mocked this wave, the right, on a special wave in Australia, and got a contour of the bottom, and then tried to figure out how to push the water over that bottom to create the wave.
But isn't there a ton of engineering involved?
Tons. It cost like $50 million to build this place.
$50 million.
Yes, and after he built it, he ran it for a while and said, you know what, I can do better. So he completely emptied it, redid the entire bottom, changed everything, and then came up with what he has today.
So anyway,
there's probably $65 million invested in it.
Right. Now, did he get some company, like some hedge fund company, to come buy it and then just put his name on it?
Exactly. But they do really well. They're constantly booked. They run a day shift, a night shift.
So let me ask you a question. I'm not trying to get in your business too much, but I know Seth wants to know, and I certainly do. Is like, what does it cost a day?
Like 60.
1,000?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, what?
What? 60,000 per person?
No.
For the whole group.
We're not going to space.
I was thinking.
I thought, I'm like, damn.
I was thinking, hold on, there's 4 of them. That's a quarter of it. It's $250,000.
No. God, silence. It was like when Brian said that word the other day.
I mean, Seth, didn't you assume that it might be per guy?
I definitely thought it was per guy per day, and
I'm like.
I see why Dr. Dan was selling his Fat Man Dunks for $1,800 on eBay now.
Exactly. I had to make up some cash.
Gotta do a recoup.
So Dan, is it how many guys did you have?
We had like a dozen.
So it was.
So it's like about $5,000 each.
$5,000 a day per guy.
Mm-hmm.
Now is that per day?
Per day.
So if you surf for 2 days, it's 10 G's.
Mm-hmm. No one does.
No, everybody always surfs just for 1 day.
Yeah. Every now and then a corporation will come in there and try to rent it for like 36 hours. But they're running tons of people.
How much manpower is required?
Good question.
For does the train on it? I'm sure that the train probably has to be programmed by a human being when to go and then make any adjustments.
Yeah, there's a control tower, and so there's a guy or two in the control tower, and then there's a guy on the jet ski. So the jet ski moves people around,
right?
And you tell the guy on the jet ski, I want a CT1. And then he calls it into the tower, and then the tower will say CT1, 30 seconds. And in those 30 seconds, your heart's like.
That's a different kind of wave.
Yeah, that's the best wave. That's the wave I usually use on the rights.
All right. Well, you said there's 5 different waves?
Yeah, there's like a mushy wave. There's like a medium wave.
They call it for a mushy wave?
Yeah, CT4 or CT5. It's kind of a bitch wave. And then the CT3 is like the real good wave. It's a great left. The CT2 is a giant barrel and then a small, really fast barrel. The CT1 is a giant barrel and then a big barrel at the end,
What do the pros ride?
1s and 2s.
CT 1s and 2s.
Dick Chalino, $100 Venmo.
Thank you. Is Jay capable of a 1 or 2?
Yeah, we all do them. We all do them. Me and Jay do them in pity.
Right.
Not everybody did them. I did. My first wave was CT1.
Let me. This is before I go into words. We wanted to get all this we wanted to get the my bookie AG promo done, and then we wanted to also pay homage to Dan, who got Wave of the Day.
Look at him.
Do they give you did they give you like a little trophy and everything?
Well, that trophy is Kelly Slater's World Championship trophy. You just get to eat dinner with it and hang out with it. But they give you that shirt on the left.
Well, hold on, it's like the Stanley Cup where you get a night with it. I mean, did you make love to it?
A little bit. I kissed it.
Did you rub your wiener on?
I did not rub my wiener on it. No.
Dan, this seems like the kind of place that just has energy drinks just lying out pizza all day.
There's no water. It's just straight Monster and NOS.
They got water in cartons.
Yeah.
They got the boxed water.
Now, does the money that it costs, does that include food?
Yeah. So you eat like a king.
So so that's like you're not
How many
getting
stayed there?
you're not getting a dinner bill.
No, or an alcohol bill. It's an open bar.
Better food than Miami, the Grand Prix.
No, it wasn't quite that good, but it was really good. I mean, I had oysters yesterday.
It was probably less expensive, and you had more fun.
Right.
I mean, actually, if you think about it, you probably had way more fun at the search for. I mean, going to the F1 Ferrari race. I mean, the F1 race in Miami. That's an experience, of course, that you'd like to do, but just straight fun, hanging out with the boys. You know, when you go to the Ferrari, when you go to the F1 race, I own a racetrack.
It's bougie fun.
But it's, you see the cars for, maybe 10 seconds, but you can't see the course.
Right.
It's
a road course.
But you do have the best tickets. You're underneath the pits. But, you see 2 or 3 of those and you've seen them all, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Back in the day when I used to go to Daytona and I had hot passes and I would be in Tony's pits, I had my bus there. I would literally go and I'd watch the first 2 pit stops.
It's awesome to watch.
Yeah, and then you know what? Then you've seen them.
Yeah.
And the next 6 pit stops are going to be the same. Exact. So I would go back to Tony's bus or my bus and watch the race in the air condition on TV. And then if Tony was going to win or might win, like with 10 to go, I would go. I'd walk out of the RV or the bus or whatever I was in and make my way to the pit box, because if he won, you wanted to go to winner's circle with him.
Right.
But more often than not, he didn't win because, statistically,
it's hard.
I think the greatest NASCAR driver statistic ever is like 18%. Maybe you can look that up. The greatest winning percentage among all-time NASCAR drivers. Dan, a guy, there might be 36 races and a guy lucky to, a guy that was going to win the championship might win 5.
Right.
So what's that? What's 5 out of 35?
Oh, that's like 1 in 6, 1 in 7, 1 in 7.
So that's like 20.
That's like that'd be less. It would be like 15%.
Right, and that's unheard of.
16%.
So that's unheard of. So your guy only wins 12, 10% of the time.
It says the all-time is 21% by Herb Thomas.
Yeah, but how about modern?
I know that's what NASCAR is
How about modern
giving.
day? Can you give me modern day?
The next closest one is going to be Richard Petty. Modern day, Fred Lorenzen, Fireball Roberts, Junior Johnson, Cale Yarborough, Ned Jarrett.
I would probably start with what Cale's is. What's Cale's?
Yarborough is 14.82.
There you go.
That's like 1 in 6, 1 in 7. Yeah, that's tough.
So chances are he didn't win. So I'd just stay in the bus till he got out. Me and Sumo would be me, Sumo, and Gooch. Well, Gooch wouldn't because he'd be being the gas guy. But we would stay in the bus, Lummy, until Tony literally got through post-race inspection and debriefing, and he'd come back to the bus mad as hell, just absolutely mad as hell.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but Jimmy Johnson is probably the most up-to-date driver with the highest percentage at .120.
Yeah.
7-time NASCAR champion.
0.12, so 12%, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, 12%. Yeah, 12%. And that's a guy that won 7 championships. So it was Tony, because Tony back then had a temper like you wouldn't believe. So, Lummy, you're only going to win 10% of the time.
Relatively short career, too, for Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah. But so anyway, Tony would come and he would be full mad, throwing things, cussing out. If I had video, all that cussing, I'd be like, I'll tell you right now, next time I see Kenseth, I'm putting him in the effing wall. I swear to God I am. Then he stripped off all of his clothes and he was buck naked. He didn't care who saw him. And he'd walk around the hall, the bus buck naked for about 5 minutes. I don't know if he was like a rooster trying to just strut or anything. I don't know. Then he would go take a shower and dry off, and then they would put him Dan in this carbon monoxide chamber, and it was like a chamber. That was made like
suicide chamber, carbon monoxide.
No, just listen to me. It was this big thing that laid on the bed, and it was a tube, an inflatable tube. So you could fold it all up into a box, but you would lay in it, and you'd plug it all in, and it had these fans and this aeration in it, and you breathe. You had to stay in there for an hour because it was decarbon monoxiding you.
Oh, was it like a hyperbaric oxygen?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they
like
mobile. Because they believe, back in the day, the cars weren't as closed, and so they really sucked in a lot of carbon monoxide.
The only way to get rid of the carbon monoxide is to breathe high concentration oxygen to push it out. So you're right. So that makes sense. Actually, it makes beautiful sense. Smart.
So listen, before he got this chamber. Before Tony got this chamber, he would get back after the race, and he'd have headaches, and he would be tired, more so tired than normal, and he'd have these just migraines of headaches. And so this doctor came up with this, and then once Tony got it, everybody got it. He's like, listen, you guys for 3 or 4 hours are... you guys are, think about this, Lem. You got 40 cars that you're racing around, and they're emitting lots of carbon monoxide. Dan, these cars don't have catalytic converters or mufflers. This is straight race, 114 octane race gas, unfiltered, being thrown into the air that your car is breathing in and sending through its system. So he would sit in that oxygen chamber for about an hour.
It's brilliant.
And then he'd get out, and then we could go to the strip clubs.
So carbon monoxide, when people, that's awesome. That's when that's what kills you when you try to commit suicide by putting your exhaust into your car, because what happens is the red blood cells are what bind oxygen, and they bind carbon monoxide preferentially.
Is it when people die by carbon monoxide? Which the most common way is to put your car in the garage and lower the garage door, open all your windows up, and then some people even will take a tube, like a shop vac tube, and duct tape it to the exhaust, and then duct tape
into a window,
and then close all the windows. That's for the ones that really maybe YouTubed it. Let me, by the way, if you're ever thinking about hurting yourself, we have a suicide prevention hotline we'd like for you to call. Let me, what is that?
You can do 988 now.
Just straight 988.
Yes.
If you need a problem and you're not feeling so swell, dial 988 and let's get through it. But anyway, back to the carbon monoxide deal. Dan, is it painful? Because I've heard that people get really, 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 really sick and they start puking profusely before they die, and it's like really, really bad. Or do they just fall asleep?
They just fall asleep most of the time. But if you get like carbon monoxide poisoning and don't die, then you start getting really sick. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like if you get it and you get it to the point where like you haven't died, but you're still walking around conscious, not passed out, then yes, it gets you really sick. And the problem, again, like I said, with your red blood cells bind to carbon monoxide more easily than to oxygen. So it displaces oxygen.
I got red blood cells. I got an overabundance of them, so I could probably just... Whew.
Is there any involuntary stuff that happens after you pass out? Like, do you throw up?
Do you poop your pants?
Yeah.
Don't most people? I think
when you die, most people do.
A lot of people do.
I do think that I've heard that people that die a lot of times will poop their pants.
Yes, that's true.
I thought you died in the studio the other day.
Oh, I've been having some really big poop issues. It's been one of the things.
Are you taking probiotics?
It's one of the things I've been depressed about. But
I think it was Monday or Tuesday. It smelled horrible in there.
I think I'm finally over it, and I think I found the cause. And I don't think I want to get into either.
Oh, do you take probiotics, Bubba?
Yes, I do.
Was it the weekly pancakes?
Oh, it's Flapjack Friday.
No, let's not.
We got donuts in there, Dr. Dan.
Let's not. And we got a cake. We got your old cake in there too.
Okay, cool. Let's do that. Okay.
Trying to eat, trying to eat better.
Okay.
Like I was almost 290 today.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. I was like,
I lost weight this week.
Yeah, of course I've gained. Of course you did. You got, wave of the day.
I couldn't eat.
Lose
you
weight.
Lost weight.
You probably had 5 or 6 cougars at the surf ranch telling you how hot you were and how big your penis was.
8-pack.
You told them that you're a doctor and a lawyer. Told them you're a doctor and a lawyer and you got a $6 million house.
They're just like my sparkly surfboard.
Right. Now, how much is just? I guess really only the equipment you need to surf is just like a wetsuit, which is what, $400 or $500?
Nah, I brought a full, but it was so hot. It was 106 degrees the last day we were there, so I just wore a top, just like a thin top.
All right, but what's a normal run of the mill wetsuit? Not a Ferrari wetsuit.
$100.
Okay,
$150 now. Probably.
Now what about the board?
Boards are expensive. They're $700 to $1,200 now.
Do you have to bring your own board, or can you use their boards?
They have literally like 100 boards you can choose from.
So you shouldn't even think about bringing your own board.
I absolutely brought my board because it's what I'm used to.
Oh,
and it's
how do you travel? How do you travel?
It's gonna be a bitch to check in.
Yeah, how do you
$40. just like luggage. You put it in a board bag.
Oh, they have a bag, so
Yeah,
they
it's
don't
like
break
a
they
neoprene.
don't break the pins.
Yeah, well, the fins come out. The fins come out, and the boards are still relatively fragile. I mean, my board did get a couple, pressure dings in it from the traveling. You get little dents in it and stuff, but who cares? It's a board.
We're running late, Lummy, and we have to tell. We got to play the. I thought this. I mean, I've watched this 4 or 5 times, and I laugh every time.
Yeah,
because this is the way. Honest to God, this is truly what he thinks. This is not a gimmick. This is Gene Lasker. This is how he rolls around. This is his mindset. This is what he thinks. And Lummy, I think it was a short that we put everywhere.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, I'll play it next. Hold on.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
1,000 days ago. So, what's up, Airtight Ski Pool? Joe from the West Side. Morning, Glenn. Morning, Liquor. I didn't see any donuts.
Those donuts are in that box. Gene brought them in, and if you would take them. What's July 4th? What are we celebrating for July 4th?
5-10 second microwave deal?
15. No, 20.
20?
20 seconds. What's that, Lenny?
I think she put them in some Ziplocs today.
Gene, he knows American history.
What's up, Army for Life? Shove it up, Spice. Good morning.
Well, you might have to help him.
Well, he's a fucking doctor. If he can't find the damn thing.
Well, he's also fucking,
Yeah, that's true.
space cadet too. He's smart as fuck, but sometimes he's dumb.
Space cadet.
Sometimes he's dumb as fuck.
Guru, wife Michelle. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Operation. Einstein, operator. I would like to hear what he's spitting. What's up, Jay Chaluga, 2011. Good morning. What's up, bud? I haven't seen you in a while, bud. Jerksism, 34 months. What's up, I am Budman, Chris Zwick. Good morning. What's up, Snizzo?
Couldn't find shit.
Oh, come on, Dr. Dan, you fucking space cadet.
Go help him, Lummy.
They're in the Ziploc bag in the fridge.
He said a box.
I know, but
I said Ziploc.
I didn't hear Ziploc.
Well, we didn't say the Ziploc, but you should have gone and go get him. Is it hot in here?
Yeah.
What do you got over there?
Sanitizer, Advil, Xanax, Zofran, Bluey character.
That's how you roll? You roll with that stuff on ready to go at all times?
My water. Yeah. I gotta carry all my shit with me.
He tried the chocolate one, Bubba.
The chocolate one's pretty damn good.
Yeah. I don't click.
Let me thank you to. I think I said it, dude. But thank you to you and Seth for keeping my X numbers up.
Oh, of course. A lot of good shit lately.
Seth, I know you put some shit up.
Yeah, no problem.
Mr. Space Cat over there.
Way not to take bait on that rollerblade deal.
Jesus Christ. You can keep saying it until you.
He's been more faithful to the Packers than to his own wife.
Yes.
Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
In case you didn't know, but we got our Cash App back. Woo. So we're back to the big three, kid. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. And
how did that work? How did it happen?
They give me an email. And they're like, you need to confirm these two Cash Apps, contributions to your deal, but you must verify your business. And I'm like, oh, we're back onto this one again. Back to verifying my business, right, Lummy? Yeah. So I hit it, and then usually for the last, I don't know, what have we been fighting this? 2 months? For the last 2 or 3 months, when they, de-verified me, they would be like, this is how it would go. Verify your business. You'd go verify it. And then they would say, okay, we'll email you back on your verification. Well, they never email you back. So then, Lummy, you go to verify another one a couple days later, and it says, we can't verify this because your verification is in process. Okay? So then you literally would get another one to try to verify because they make you verify the money that you were getting, and it was a vicious cycle where you're being verified. Well, then you'd call up and say, hey, I'm literally like in this vicious cycle. Can I get a real life person? And I went through 8 people. And finally on this, probably number 7 and 8, they were like, "Sir, we have something like on your account, in your profile. When we pull you up, there is a big red letter note that you're not going to get you're just not going to get one. So we suggest that you turn your business account into a personal account or sign up with our Square program, which The Square, that's for people that are selling, has a food truck and they need to process a credit card,
on the fly.
Yeah, they're like those little blocks.
Yeah, you put on the your iPhone.
I don't need one of those.
No.
I need my business cash account. And so finally one day, they're like, verify, Rolo Rivera. So I go to verify it and they're like, okay, we just need a little bit more information. Type in your tax ID number. So I'm like, okay, well, at least it's not locked up. At least it's allowing me to put some information in, right?
Yeah.
So I put it in. They're like, okay, now what's your business name? So I tell them what my business name is. And they say, okay, what is your, ours is obviously the cash symbol, then the Bubba Army. So you put that in there. And it went, you're now good to receive payments. And I'm like, what? So then I got a hold of Big Red. I texted him. I said, can you send me $1 on Cash App, please? Just so I can see. Big Red sent me $1. And let me, the rest has been history. I think we've had it now for, well over a week?
Pretty much, yes.
Yes.
Well, congratulations.
Shadow Panda, 1,000 bits.
Cash App, Venmo, PayPal at the Bubba Army. Thank you. Also, Lummy, Super Chat has been going super good on YouTube. So thank you for that. So we had Gene Lasker in here on Wednesday, Dan. And, Gene's Gene. You've known Gene not nearly as long as I have, but well over a decade. Gene's. I think Gene's helped you out with some stuff, has he not, before?
Absolutely. He helps his friends.
Right, he does. And people don't realize, man, Gene's probably a millionaire. If you take his business and what it's worth, he doesn't know a dime on it. He doesn't know a dime on his house. He's the kind of guy that, he's not financing nothing. He's either paying for it or he ain't paying for it. He ain't getting it. Like, it took him 4 years to build his house because, he would wait till he had cash, and so he blocked it all and had it all plumbed, but it didn't have any windows on it. So then he had to save 25, 30 grand, so it took him 3 or 4 months to save, 25 or 30 grand so he could put windows in it. So then, then he finished out, as he got money, as he saved money, he finished his house. So Gene probably doesn't. I don't know if Gene's got a high school education or not. And I
think he said he graduated
from Land O'Lakes.
No, I don't think he graduated 12th grade. I'm saying I don't think he graduated.
Yeah, I don't think he graduated, but he is a millionaire. He's got his own business, a very successful one,
and he works his ass off.
Oh, he works his ass off.
Works his ass off.
If you ever go to Gene's shop and see him there, he looks like they've powder coated him brown, because he's just in there working on. He's got 2 other dudes, but he has to work. He can't sit there and take orders, Lummy.
Well, he almost got his arm ripped off by fixing the fence.
By the forklift.
Yeah.
Really?
So we were quizzing Gene about what he knew history-wise, Dan, and here it is. Here's a short from a couple days ago. What's July 4th? What are we celebrating for July 4th? We were going through each national holiday and what they represented, okay? That's what we were doing, Dan.
Right.
4th of July.
No, I
what's it mean to you?
Gene, what is July 4th? 4th of July. Gene, what's the meaning of 4th of July?
That the flag was still there.
That's right.
Okay, it was. And the flags being there means we did what? We won.
We won the war.
Right. And what war? And what country were we fighting with?
Europe.
They're in Europe, but there was a specific country that owned America or thought they owned it.
German?
No. Gene, the American Revolutionary War.
France. No. Did the Romans own us?
No, Danny, wait till you hear what he says. Did the Romans own us? I'll give you one clue. Their Capitol building is called Buckingham Palace.
Are they British?
No, wait, now he's mad. He's like, we all started out British? Listen.
So we were all British in the beginning?
Hold on, what now?
We wasn't all British in the beginning, was we?
Yes, Gene. We wasn't all British in the beginnings,
was we?
Yes, we was.
I was a Viking.
No, you were not, Gene. I'd love to roll around life like that. Wouldn't you? I would love it. Male birth control. Oh, man, I wish this would have been around when,
Oh.
I've had a lot of scares. I've been to a lot of clinics. If I could have just slathered up my arms like it looks like you apply it just like androgel. Remember, Dan, when androgel came out?
Yes, that made you. I tried it for a few weeks, and the girl I was dating, she's like, what's wrong with you? What do you mean, what's wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with me. I'm fine. She goes, no. What's wrong with you? You changed. I'm like, nothing. I started using this androgel about 2 months ago. She goes, it's turning you into an asshole.
Well, Dan, that's your base point. So
I stopped.
Every morning for a year and a half, Logan Whitehead rubbed a clear gel on his shoulders, waited for it to dry, and then went about his day as usual. That's exactly what you did with androgel.
Yep.
And the only thing they didn't want you to do if androgel was touch kids.
Right.
Like
because it would transfer to them.
Right.
The steroid would be absorbed.
Like when I was on a little bit of androgel, Tyler was a little guy, and so I'd rub it on my shoulders and stuff like that, and I would always do it at night.
Right.
So I had the chance to absorb all night long, and then I would take a shower in the morning, and I'd never have any interaction with Tyler, like holding him or just
you don't want him shaving at 7
or roughhousing him, or I just didn't want you touch like having any interaction with a kid.
It would trigger premature puberty.
Dutch Duke 20 on the Cash App.
It's basically just like hand sanitizer solution. Who
alcohol based
said Whitehead, who lives in Torrance, California, smelled like hand sanitizer, looked like hand sanitizer. The gel wasn't hand sanitizer, though. It's a hormonal solution to block this Whitehead guy's sperm production. The gel is male birth control. And until this past winter, when his participation concluded, Whitehead was a volunteer in the phase 2 trials of this product, which contains testosterone and a synthetic hormone called nestrotone. Nestrotone.
Nestrone.
That reduces sperm production. Is the most advanced among the crop of novel birth control options for men. So is there a mad dash right now with Big Pharma to try to get male birth control?
I think this is just another way of trying to feminize men. I'm sure this blocks other other responses of testosterone.
You think so?
And so you're gonna have a low sperm count. You're gonna end up growing gynecomastia, and
which is man boobs.
Man boobs, and be more docile and subservient to the man. I think it's a horrible thing. There's zero chance I would ever. Might as well just cut my testicles off.
Yeah, but Dan, if you're like 25, 26 and you're rolling around hard,
right?
Blasting 5 or 6 chicks like you did back in medical school.
Yeah.
Always having to worry about,
Yeah, but if you put this on, you have to worry about getting an erection. It sounds like it's going to just destroy your testosterone.
To me, it sounds like it's everything but. Like you can get a boner and you can still like roll around. You just don't have to worry about getting a girl pregnant.
Yeah, that's in Fantasy Island.
After 12 weeks of applying the gel every day, 86% of the trial participants achieved sperm suppression. That's a pretty good percentage.
That's awesome. But so it's a chemical castration. But that's also going to probably lead to less sexual desire, less of a firm, rigid erection, and maybe some erectile dysfunction. There's zero chance I would be putting this on me.
Man, I'd be slathering up on it, but also taking Cialis and Viagra too.
Heavy starch, no starch. I mean, it's like all these contradicting hormones.
And I mean, it just makes you. I mean, it makes you so you. I mean, here's the thing, man. I used the pull-out method for years.
Right, which is not foolproof.
It's not foolproof, but man, I was pretty good. I was pretty good at it. My percentages.
Problem is, you have a pre-ejaculate, which has some sperm in
it, and nobody really accounts for that.
No.
And even though you think you might be good at shutting off your stream and holding it a little bit, you just automatically leak a certain amount of pre-ejaculate. Like
absolutely, no matter what.
Even if you're Johnny Controller, like I can
You pull it out 20 seconds early.
I can bend a penny with my sphincter muscle. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're that guy,
break a thermometer.
You automatically, even unbeknownst to you, release a certain amount of pre-sperm or pre-ejaculate.
Yes.
What's that called? I forget what kind of pre-seminal fluid.
It's seminal fluid, but it's got a little bit of sperm in it.
Yeah. So a lot of time, it's very, very not a lot of sperm, but there is some sperm. And if you're a young dude and you had some really powerful sperms, that pre-ejaculate.
That's a scientific term.
Could and probably is the reason why people that use the pull-out method get people pregnant.
Yep.
It's not because
you timed it wrong.
You timed it wrong. It's because you don't realize that your body is shooting a warning blank before you shoot your warning blank.
Right.
You don't think you're shooting a warning blank.
No.
The sensation of shooting a warning blank is not there.
Mm-mm.
But your body is just, it's throwing it out there before you even did it.
Mm-hmm.
So, pregnant at 54, boy meets world star Trina McGee, asked for prayers in her pregnancy. So this woman right here, she's 54 and she's having a baby.
If this is a natural occurrence and she still was menstruating at 53, 54. And it's her egg, and that kid has a really, really, really high chance of having Down syndrome or some other genetic problem. I mean, it's about as dangerous as you could be. Now, if she was implanted, it's different.
Seth said that, like, if you're trying to get pregnant and stuff, like 35 is where they tell you got to start kind of like that's on the older end of it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you should having a baby. Women should strive to have their pregnancies done before 40 because the Down syndrome rates start going up at 35, but go up really hard at like 40, and by 54, those numbers are like in the double digits.
I'm trying to see if she.
I was talking to Bubba off the air. I said if you have a baby at 54, then you've probably accepted that if the baby has Down syndrome, you're okay with it.
It says she used natural remedies.
Oh, my God. So, Dan, natural remedies.
That's what she says. Yeah,
but if Dan, if you're 54 and you still have some active eggs,
which is
rare. When do women's eggs... Like, is that called menopause?
When they go through menopause and they stop menstruating.
And what's the average age of that, 50?
It's around 50. I don't know exactly what the average age is. I mean, that may be a big question.
Does that mean they stop having a period?
Yes.
And they
stop
can't,
releasing
and
eggs.
They can't have, and a woman that's in menopause, like you can't get her pregnant.
You can't get her pregnant with her eggs because she ain't got no more eggs that are coming out. But she could still arguably... support a pregnancy if it was implanted early in her.
If she was like menopause. Our good friend Jimmy Cleavis and they went and harvested eggs years ago, right? And they did it. You can still have a 54-year-old woman can still probably carry a baby, but she can't probably naturally make one. It has to be implanted.
Probably, yes. And that would require still a lot of hormonal support to make sure her uterus could support the placenta.
All right, so the uterus becomes an issue too. Does it get weaker?
Well, as you stop menstruating, also your estrogen levels change, which changes the amount of lining that your uterus will build up. And so, without that cycle, your uterus is kind of out of practice.
So it's not only just getting the sperm to penetrate the egg to start the pregnancy and to start the life process, but then how your uterus, how healthy your uterus is an intangible factor.
Yes, that's like the field that you're growing your plant in.
Right.
And so you can't
have it all dry.
It can't be like an asphalt parking lot. It's got to be good soil. And a 20-year-old's uterus has better soil than a 54-year-old's.
Oh, so you make it like soil. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like a 23-year-old, she's got some nice.
She's got like river delta soil.
She's crediting a shaman in Belize. That's
this isn't good.
Yeah.
What's that mean? I don't understand. Can somebody help me out?
A witchcraft doctor?
Like unlicensed witch doctors?
Yeah, pretty much.
Dan, I don't want to.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is.
Dan's not a shaman.
No, but I know. But are they higher than chiropractors, Dan?
Yeah. You know what?
They're taking a shaman or a chiropractor.
They're just a cog above.
According to her, she.
Now, Dan, do you have to go to shaman school, or do somebody just make you a shaman?
I think it's like an apprenticeship.
The shaman, according to her, it reversed her menopause.
Oh, unbelievable.
So that they give her like maybe
some herbs. That's what they say.
Herbs.
Right.
So they went out into the field and cut some some whatever. Herbs. I mean, can herbs really fix anything? I mean, it's catastrophic. I mean,
Aaron Rodgers is probably into this story, but
but did herbs fix his Achilles tendon?
Probably,
or did a really complicated surgery and rehab and all that? That's what herbs. He didn't go out and did some ayahuasca. Next thing you know, his Achilles.
I don't know, man.
Fixed.
He was ready like 2 weeks after he tore his Achilles to start playing again. I don't know what he was on.
And they are saying that he had like one of the fastest recoveries ever, and I think by the last part of the season, he was participating in practice.
Yeah, he was running.
Yeah.
I think if they were in contention, he said he might have come back.
Right. Oh, boy, is there a lot of pressure on that guy this year or what?
How long do you think he'll last?
I don't know, but the minute that they don't have a make it to the Super Bowl quality team, and the minute that they're just the mediocre Jets, they're the 8 and they're the what are they 17 games now?
Yeah.
They're the the 9 and 8 Jets. If they're the 9 and 8 Jets, man, the head coach is getting fired, the GM's getting fired. I think they're letting Rodgers go, right? I mean, it's Super Bowl or bust for what they had to put out for the guy. And then, the guy 4 plays into the season last year after giving up, sacrificing a lot for this to be your one run at the Super Bowl, and then that's been delayed a year. I mean, it's Super Bowl or bust.
Yes.
Is it not?
Have they stacked the team around him?
Don't they have a really good defense?
Yeah, they had a good defense. They tried to improve their offense this year.
Have they though?
Yeah, it depends
Seth,
if Aaron Rodgers plays.
Seth, is it Super Bowl or bust for Aaron Rodgers? I'm thinking it is.
Of course, it was Super Bowl or bust last year.
Yeah,
bust.
Bust.
I mean, they're running out of time.
And I think they only got him on a 2-year deal?
I believe so. I believe, yeah.
Could this be like?
I don't think he's going anywhere else. I think Aaron Rodgers will finish up with the Jets.
I think he's got a 3rd-year option.
No, you know where he's going to end up. Where all Packers end up.
The Bucks.
The Vikings. No, the Vikings. He'll go to the Vikings like Favre did and take them to an NFC Championship game and lose because that's what he does.
I don't think the Vikings have any money to pay him anymore.
Or the Vikings.
They just made Justin Jefferson the highest paid non-QB in NFL history.
What do you make?
$31 million a year.
For a wide receiver?
For a wide receiver.
Wow.
Market's going up every year.
Is that going to be the new threshold amongst wide? You know how they I think, was it Patrick Mahomes that broke the $50 million?
$50 million a year, which I think they've been delegating that money every single year, but a $500 million contract.
Yeah, but
Jefferson's salary is $35 million. It's a 4-year, $140 million.
He's the first wide receiver to break that $30 million threshold.
I believe so.
Prior to that,
but look at that guaranteed money. Look at the guaranteed money, Bubba. He got $100 million guaranteed. Like they just started giving quarterbacks $100 million guaranteed.
When they give a guy guaranteed, does that go against the cap?
Yes, that's all. That's really essentially when you look at a contract and the life of it. Like that's in football. That's what you know you're going to get. I mean, if he plays everything and hits everything, yeah, he'll get his 140. But he is definitely walking away with, I believe, like $104 million off the deal.
That was a problem with Tom Brady with the Bucs, is when he retired. I think after a certain date.
He had a 3-year, $75 million guaranteed contract, and he only played 2 of them.
Yeah, and I think the Bucs were on the hook for like $30 million
for that
was
last
more
year.
than that. I think it was 45. It was the second largest dead cap hit in the history of the NFL.
With the Bucs
at the time. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
For Brady, and I mean, they took it all in one offseason. They built, made the playoffs the following year.
I mean, the only guy that I think is as good as Jefferson is the kid from the Raiders who used to be with the Packers.
Devontae Adams.
That's the only other guy. Is there any? Are those 2 guys, or is there
Tyreek?
Is Tyreek?
Yeah.
Is Tyreek up there?
Oh,
yes.
yeah, Tyreek, yeah.
Does he have the long-term numbers that Devontae?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he makes Tua's career.
So
Tua sucks without Tyreek.
So are those the three, upper crust quarterbacks in the league? Tyreek, Devontae, and Jefferson. I mean, is there
Mike Evans? I mean, is still really
he's not. I mean, he's on the backside of that.
I mean, he's the only wide receiver in NFL history to start a career with 10 straight 1,000-yard seasons.
No, I would say that his body of work, by all means, is even more impressive than.
But I'd way rather have Hill than Evans next year.
Right. I mean, like you're looking at shelf life. I mean, Evans is probably on that final third of his career, right?
There's just a lot, Bubba. There's just a lot of good wide receivers. Like you got Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison Jr. got drafted this year. I mean, it is a really it's hard to you might have your top 4 or 5 guys, but there's like 15 or 20 guys that you could almost put in any single order that, just depending on how their season lays out.
And Tyreek is only 1 year older or younger than Mike Evans.
Guess
really?
Yeah.
Guess who got a hold of me yesterday, Seth, and he's ready to do the show.
Dion?
Christian Watson's dad.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, nice.
He had a medical procedure. He's got a podcast with Christian Watson's brother, Trey, who I think might have played leagues, but Christian Watson's dad,
wide receiver for the Packers for Christian Watson, by the way.
Yeah, is he from around here?
Yeah, he's from. He went to Plant.
Yeah, Plant kid.
He went to Plant, and I'm trying to get him on the air. So I start going down his rabbit hole, try to get him on the air. I realize his dad and his brother does a podcast. Maybe I could get them on the air to put a good word on for me on the air. And his dad was like, "Yeah, I'd love to." And they have a podcast. His dad and him, and his dad played. His dad, much like him, got originally drafted by the Packers and then ended up playing for, I think, the Giants, Eagles, and Chiefs as a safety. Christian Watson's dad back in the day. I think.
Nice.
So I'm going to try to get him on for a pod. He said he's available now, Seth, so I thought maybe we could start looking at next week or something.
Yeah, no problem.
Perfect.
That's great.
And when I come back, Elon Musk, he went into the Amazon, not as in like an Amazon with packages, but as in like Amazon, the country.
In South America, it's a river.
A jungle, isn't it?
It's a river, and it runs mostly through Brazil.
Yeah, really rainforest.
And isn't it really, really, really remote and really, really, really rugged? And there's not a lot of things like you can't go to.
There's a lot of you bang animals down there. A lot of exotic animals.
There's not like a Holiday Inn Express. I don't think in the Amazon.
No, it's pretty far off the grid, and there's some cultures and civilizations there that really haven't had a lot of modern influence.
Right,
and they're pretty primitive.
Like there's a lot
Which means they've never seen a guy with the physique of Dan before.
Right, exactly. You know what?
With
But
clothes
I
on,
got to
at least.
think that every, no matter how primal you are, that every society has a Dan Diaco.
Of course.
The cavemen's had that one rugged caveman. That
But they
had a
were
big
hairy, Bubba. They were, they weren't
yeah,
like.
but there was one that was a little bit smarter than the other ones and was in better shape.
But there's no caveman-like qualities with Dan. I can't even believe you would compare him to a caveman.
Dan would be like Dan is upper crust amongst us humans, but I'm saying even if you look at any society, they probably had a guy like Dan that was a little better looking, but bigger penis, a little smarter.
Yeah, probably the big penis guys used to probably run all the tribes.
Yeah, think about this: as you and I we're cavemen, and we're like small penis guys. And then a guy like Dan comes up when we have our loin cloths really, really secured.
Yeah, when it's time to show the whole tribe, you're under your loin to see who's going to be the leader.
And Dan just walks up with no loin, like he doesn't even have he's Johnny No Cloth.
And fire that no one else had.
Yeah, and he invented fire
and ivermectin.
And you don't think the guy that invented fire, they didn't all think it was like some kind of god? He was like some kind of magic man. Right?
No, he could be the leader. But hopefully, if you got a big one, you're not a dick about it because we already know you're the leader. We already know you have the biggest one, so just don't rub it in our face.
I won't rub it in your face. I'm gonna be rubbing it in every other girl's face in my tribe.
It's an all boy tribe. Sorry.
Oh no!
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We were drunker than Nick's wife when we put this thing together. BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Yeah, we'll go fuck some sand.
Didn't Lyndon Johnson whip his dick out all the time?
Well, he liked.
Lyndon Johnson used to talk about how big his balls were.
Yeah, because he had to get his pants adjusted.
Mm-hmm. So he was calling his Habit Asher, his guy who makes his trousers, and he's like, Jimmy, let me tell you something. Them last trousers you made for me, they were great, man. They were great as hell. Length was perfect on it, but I gotta tell you, Jimmy, I need an extra half-inch back there by the bunghole, right next to my balls. I need another half-inch in there because my balls get wound up in there sometimes.
Yeah, he used to get his jeans tailored too.
Really? Didn't make a little extra crotcher? God bless him.
Think about this, man. If you're the president, you probably do have your own clothier, don't you?
Oh yeah.
I mean, you probably have a fashion person. Right?
Absolutely.
So, Dan, what do you think of that?
You think if you're the president, everything's fucking picked out for you?
Not necessarily picked out for you, but available to you.
There's probably a guy that comes in and goes this or that.
Yeah, he gives you a choice.
Yeah.
He gives you 2 or 3 options. You want to be navy or black today? Do you want a red tie or a purple?
What if you're Bubba president? You go, listen, motherfucker, I just want to wear a sweatsuit and a baseball cap.
They look like Zelensky.
I mean,
he look like a fool.
No, Zelensky only has green.
He just wears that stupid fucking outfit. Doesn't look like anything. It looks like he should be like fixing the car and behind the stage.
Wait, he's wearing his sweats or when he wears like the military stuff?
The military stuff. The green thing that he wears.
When he wore to the D-Day thing, he looked like a douchebag.
That's the only thing he was wearing.
He went to the D-Day thing? That's good. I mean, that's good. The Biden thing was tough to watch, man.
It was.
It's really. I really just as an older man, I just feel bad for. Just that they keep running out there.
I feel bad for them that they're kind of at this point like They're kind of clowning
They're
him.
making him. I mean, his own people are making him look bad.
Like his own people should say, listen, let's just burn a fucking timeout here and fucking put a good person in here because we're making our guy look.
Dude, it's not, to me, if you just take everything out of it and just look at the guy. Like, just say he worked at Publix or, you would be like, hey, man, it's probably time to just, hang it up, hang it home.
His wife
should be the Walmart greeter.
His wife is like really just putting him out there too.
I mean, she looks like she's. She had to save him. Like, she had to walk him off stage.
Yeah, which I don't think she wants to give up that first lady.
Yeah, I think it's all
really?
They're so narcissistic, they won't admit it.
Yeah, she could easily get him out of it.
Man, she should be the one to do it if anybody does.
She's a doctor.
And Alvin Bragg's office and
I just said that just to you annoy Dr. Dan.
The offices you're referring to are independent offices of state. I get that. The question is whether or not you will provide all of your documents and correspondence. That's the question. So I don't need a history lesson. Well, I'm going to say again, we do not control those offices. They make the question is whether you communicate with them, not whether you control them. Do you communicate with them and we provide those communications? Make a request. We'll refer it to our Office of Legislative Affairs. But see, here's the thing. You come in here and you launch this attack that it's a conspiracy theory, that there's coordinated lawfare against Trump. And then when we say, fine, just give us the documents, give us the court to elect.
I don't know, I have to look into it.
Who said that?
Kennedy.
Who replied?
The head of the FBI. And he goes, you don't know there's an investigation on this? And he goes, I don't know. He's like, I know there's no investigation on the fucking which means no Greens. Because every other time.
Is Matt Gaetz the boy version of Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Well, he's a Pensacola guy.
Yeah, but shadier. There's some allegations. There's some shit. There's some people. There's some people doing time right now because they were like in on like dating these girls that he was dating.
He cleared that though, didn't he? Like I feel.
Yeah, he got cleared.
Mm-hmm, but because one of those boys went and did some time for him.
Gates?
Mm-hmm. I get a guy writes me letters from prison.
You do? Did he say Matt Gaetz on him?
No, he supposedly is a guy who got set up.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Dr. Dan with us today after just having returned from his Kelly Slater Surf Ranch. He got a wave of the day. Just got back. What time did you get in last night? Like
everything was delayed. I didn't get home till like 8:30, and I was so sore, and I was just stuck in the BS plane seat all day.
No first class. No first class on the way back.
They ruined my flight, so I had to just what was available. I mean, it was emergency. Just kind of got stuffed in. My seat didn't even go back.
Did you go? Were you and Jay traveling together at least?
No.
You're by yourself. I hate traveling by myself.
Yeah, I was all by myself.
It sucks.
Yeah, a boring day.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about the remote area of the Amazon, which is it in Brazil?
Most of it is, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And but by the way, did you guys see the report that the NFL is now worried about the Packers-Eagles opening up in Brazil because they've been told now that I guess each team can't wear green because green is like...
Is that a gang color?
It's a gang color. And how do the Green Bay Packers and the Philadelphia Eagles not wear some sort of green? Both of their teams.
Is this real, Bubba, or is this one of those things you read on Twitter?
I think it's a real one.
Okay.
Yeah, but Brazil's flag has green in it.
I think the flag's okay. I guess it's some kind of gang deal.
Weren't they in Rio de Janeiro for the Olympics? And I feel like they were there recently, and they were very worried about that there could be violence.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not so they cleared it up. It's not gangs. It's for it doesn't make sense. But soccer,
you're
it's
not making
soccer.
any sense. And if I got a story that doesn't make sense, you have to make sense when explaining the nonsensical
I'm
story.
reading it,
but you can't get fat.
It's not gangs. It says it's the soccer team. The soccer team that owns the stadium does not want them to wear green.
When they come down and beat them up.
That's what makes sense.
I mean, I like my chances. 2 NFL teams versus some little pissant soccer team. I mean, you got some pretty big boys on both of those teams that aren't going to let some, right winger goalie get the hell out of here, you pussy.
Well, Lummy, isn't it because the rival team to the team that plays in that stadium, green is their primary color?
Correct. It's all about soccer crap.
Get over it, bitch. Yeah. The other thing is,
we don't need to even be in Brazil. Sorry,
stupid.
The other thing is, they're saying that the teams have to have travel in armored buses, and they cannot leave the team hotel at all.
It's the same for all the teams of the NFC North, though, Bubba. So I mean, I think they're used to traveling.
Yeah,
in armored
Detroit, Amazon, it's still the same.
Chicago,
right?
I mean, they're good.
Yeah. I mean, you got Minneapolis and Green Bay are actually Green Bay is probably the only team or the only city left in the NFC North that isn't. You don't have to worry about getting robbed downtown Green Bay. Right?
Absolutely. I bet you there's a lot of people there that still don't lock their doors.
No, okay, but think about this. If you think about the NFC North, they are Detroit,
scum,
asshole. Chicago,
scum,
asshole. Minneapolis, asshole.
Really?
Oh, it's gotten bad.
It's getting really bad.
I've heard it's a great city.
Oh, it's gotten really bad.
I mean, if you go
what's happening?
42 miles west, you're great.
What do you guys know? What's going on in Minnesota?
Are
the Eskimos raping? Or
well, I mean, no. Hold on. That's where
I'm sorry.
First of all, it's ground zero for George Floyd.
Okay, all right.
And they burnt down buildings.
I thought they were over that. I thought we were all back behind the Timberwolves.
No, they actually closed off I think a 3-block perimeter around that where they control it, and cops can't even go in it.
Yeah, they actually gave the thugs a 3-block area, saying go ahead and we're not do your thug stuff here. So Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, and Green Bay are your 4 teams in your NFC North. In Green Bay, you're right. There's probably people that don't even lock their doors at night. They're small little sleepy towns.
God-fearing Christians,
right?
Well, I'd love to scare the hell out of them.
Green Bay.
Well, no, I mean people that don't lock their doors at night.
What are you gonna do, Seth?
Show up in bed with them or something.
Yeah, they all have guns.
What are you, Tuttle? Tuttle showed up in bed one time with me.
Did he?
So, yeah.
He climbed into your bed?
He spent the night at my big house. One night he was like, I forget. And then in the morning, it was when I was in between girls. I just had Tuttle over on a Sunday. We were watching sports or racing or something, and he got too drunk. This is when he lived at my race shop. So I was like, just stay in one of the extra bedrooms. This was a Saturday night.
I think he had him stay upstairs, and he.
And then at Sunday at 8:05, I wake up in my big king in my master suite in my big king size bed, which I always sleep with my door shut. Mm-hmm. But
and you always slept in that side closest to the bathroom, right?
Right. And next thing I know, I wake up at 8:05. Just naturally wake up, and there's Tuttle in bed with me. And I go,
does he have a sense of pleasure?
I go, what are you doing? He goes, well, hey, I was just, seeing if you were going to wake up at any time for us to go to breakfast.
Was it a bit, Bubba? Was he doing a bit, or was he like?
No, there was no bit. There was no cameras.
I just feel like everything with him is like a bit. But I mean, if he's getting to bed with you, there's no cameras around. Which
it might have been a bit. He might have been brilliant enough to know that I'm going to talk about it on the air, and it could be a bit. But
20 years later.
Then another time he stayed.
It's a long-term play, man. It's a long drive.
And then another time he stayed with me at the Daytona 500. I have my own bus. And Tuttle loves racing. He's one of the last people I know that actually watches NASCAR. And one day he's like, Bubba, I got my passes, and I'm going to go into the garage tomorrow and ask some questions and stuff like that. But it's just really rough because he lives in Volusia County with his dad and his mom at the hobo fish camp. They lived in a trailer. and he had that old PT Cruiser. Remember, Lummy?
Yes.
Well, he would actually, we'd be there like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He would actually be there Friday, get his interviews, then go back home, fight traffic getting out, then fight traffic getting back in. So I'm like, Tuttle, I got this big-ass $1.5 billion Prevost that they've provided for me. You can just sleep on the couch. You take a shower in the morning, everything. It's like, oh, my God. Well, thank you so much. That really helps me. So my door happened to have kind of like a Star Trek, really, really advanced technology door where it shut itself. You hit a button and went.
Really?
Oh, like
That's
the Matt
cool.
Lauer door.
That's cool.
Yeah, like super cool. Those
are rapey, Bubba.
Well, I mean,
it's kind of like where you Harvey Weinstein it.
I think a guy that's got a $2 million Prevost needs to have a door like that.
I don't even know what a Prevost is. What's a Prevost?
It's like a big camper RV.
No.
But it's like a really nice one with a double slot.
Let me show me a new Prevost. It's not a camper RV. It's Seth. It's one of those rock star buses. It's one of the most expensive buses they make.
They gave you one of those?
Yeah.
Okay.
They would provide me with one of those.
And you let Tuttle live in it?
I didn't let Tuttle live in it, but when I was at the track, I would let him sleep on the couch so that he didn't have to go back to his mom and dad's.
Okay.
So one morning, it was Saturday morning, and my door shut. In the way you shut it is you hit a button and it shuts, and then there's a code on either side. Oh, no, I'm sorry. On my side, it's just an open and close button, but on the other side, you actually have to type a code in to get in. Because
privacy.
You want to be able to you want to be able to lock your bedroom door. So it's about 7:15 in the morning, and I hear deet 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 deet. Like it's him entering the code and then it giving him like a denial deal. And I'm like, Tuttle, what are you doing? I was just checking out your keyboard here. It looks like it's pretty secure, and you can't get in. Like you just can't get in. It's really It's pretty well made. I'm like, what are you trying to get into my bedroom for? God, that's the second time you did it. Once at my house, now you're doing it. Why are you? What are you trying to do to me? I always thought Lummy, that maybe he was trying to kill me.
Yeah, well, he said about the trust thing. I sent you a Prevost video.
Oh yeah,
and a picture, but the video probably does a lot better.
Would you be open to sharing a bed with Tuttle for a night?
Hold on. This is what. Hold on. Okay. This is what. This is like when Dan says camper RV. Like when you're staying in a Prevost, you're not staying in a camper RV. This is what you're staying in. Let me if I can get it fast forward about. Okay. So this is you walking in, okay, Seth?
Okay.
Walking up the stairs. There's where you drive it. That's where you drive the bus. Now here is the inside.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And see, then back here's the door. Like, and then here's the toilet and stuff. And Tuttle was he slept right there. But this is what a $3 or $4 million Prevost looks like.
I kind of figured Dr. Dan would all be about this.
That's where they drive it from.
Yeah.
Okay, now hold on. So here you'll see.
Jeez.
Trying to go back to the bedroom. Trying to go back where the sliding glass door is.
What the
right
hell?
There. So this is the door right here that slides.
And that's where Tuttle was breaking in.
He was trying to break it. He was trying to break into it.
Did he want some breakfast?
So anyway, that's a Prevost. That's the way to travel right there.
Tuttle's probably slept in the most places of any other human that currently exists on the planet right now.
Tuttle probably, of anybody in radio that has probably slept in his car longer than any other radio personality that you know. You know what I'm saying? He would literally come here when we fired him. The first time we fired Tuttle, he didn't want to go back and tell his wife that he wasn't on the show anymore and that he got fired because she really put a lot of credence in him being on the radio. That was one of their big problems, is the fact that she liked that he was a radio guy. And so when we fired him, he couldn't tell her, I got fired from I'm no longer on the radio, because he was afraid she would leave him. So he would drive over to Tampa every day and park and sleep at the West Shore Mall with the radio on and listen to the show. And if I needed anything, or I would say man, Lummy, I wish we could send somebody over to, whatever.
Too bad Tuttle's not here.
Tuttle would call and be like, hey guys, I'm in the West Shore parking lot and I can be there in 15 minutes.
I hate that I hated Tuttle, man.
Oh, I know.
I would have let him sleep at my house.
He's really He's really he understands the Andy Kaufman showbiz portion.
You say that, Seth, until it happens.
Oh, well, I mean, I know you didn't have the best experience, Lummy, but
But
I have a
he
strict
tried
no
to kill
suicide.
Lummy.
Well, I mean, I have a strict no murdering me or yourself policy.
Well,
in my
I mean,
house.
obviously, I would like to live with Tuttle now.
I don't think he tried to. Well, I'm talking about when he GHB your water.
Yeah, it's true. But you got to make sure I lock the door. You gave me that heads up.
Yeah, I say, Lummy, when you have Tuttle. By the way, Tuttle tried to kill himself over at Lummy's house.
He lived there for a couple months.
And
how did he try to kill himself?
Hang himself from the ceiling fan. But Lummy,
that was at your house.
But thank God Lummy
installed the ceiling fan and it broke.
That's
correct. Chief Charlie 215 $20.
It's more about Lummy's shoddy work than Tuttle's cry for help.
On the super chat, right?
Yes, sir.
$20 in the super chat. Thank you. Yeah, Lummy left like 2 of the 4 bolts out. Just inadvertently. He was in a so thank God it wasn't sturdy enough or Tuttle might not be with us today.
Correct.
So
and also thank God Tuttle took that down so it didn't fall on Lummy in the middle of the night. And
that was the other bedroom. I didn't go in there.
Just think. I mean, God, just think of our timeline with Tuttle. He lived with me. He got fired, and he lied to his wife, and he came back, and then I think he got fired again, and then came back.
Fired again,
and then fired again, and came back,
then
and then
suicide.
Then then lived with Colton. He lived in the garage of Colton, and they would just drink and get high all afternoon. Like from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m., Lummy. And Colton's mom and dad were cool with it. They're like, hey, you can live in the garage. Like, we're okay with a human being living in our garage.
Cook dinner.
And then at 5 o'clock, Mrs. Colton would have, Tuttle would sit down and have dinner with the family. He was like, the stray dog that lived on the porch outside.
Yes.
And then that lasted for a long time. And then we had to fire him when he tried to kill himself.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to fire him, but he came back with an attitude, remember?
Yes, he
did.
And
blamed it all on me.
Yeah.
So my last correspondence I had with Tuttle, we remember he would call daily from the funny farm, and we'd have him. He thought he was only going to be there for a day, but he ended up being there 5 days.
Well, it was mandatory 3 days because I remember we would go see him.
Yeah,
and then it turned into.
So we figured out, he figured out what time it was because there's no clocks in there. And so he would had some kind of way that he would know we were on the air, Lummy, and he would go to the payphone and call us. And think about this: how would you know? If there's no clocks or way to tell time, how would you unless he watched TV?
It was TV.
And he could tell. But TV sometimes puts the time up too, though, right?
Yeah.
So, I guess he would watch TV, to call in, and he would call like for 3 or 4 of the days he called in from the funny farm and tell us stories. He'd be like, like last night there was this woman and she was just going crazy and she wouldn't stop talking. And the counselors told her to stop talking and she wouldn't. So she threw like a coffee mug at him. And then these 2 big black eyes came in the size of Ty J. Armstrong and shot her with the booty juice. And she's still out. That was 12 hours ago. So if you cause problems at the funny farm, they come in and shoot you in the ass with this. What do you think, Dan? What do you think they give you?
It's probably Haldol because, a good shot of Haldol will put you down for a while.
Won't kill you.
No, it won't kill you, but it makes you just catatonic for about, 8 to 12 hours.
Yeah, I might need to start doing that, Lummy.
10 of Haldol. Yeah,
Lummy,
it works.
I might go from Ambien to Haldol.
Vitamin H, we used to say, at charity. Because we have these, when I was doing my general surgery residency in New Orleans, we'd have some very, very, very loud, crazy, borderline violent people coming in there. And sometimes, they came in already handcuffed to a wheelchair because they had done something stupid.
Right. They had done a crime where the minute they get cleared out of the hospital, they're going to jail.
Probably, yes. Yes. And so we had a lot of patients handcuffed to the bed.
So at that point, if they were getting a little wiggy wag, a little crazy, you just shoot them with, give them 3 cc's of Haldol immediately.
10 of vitamin H, 10 milligrams of vitamin H, and they were no longer a problem during your shift. You could just pass them off to the next group. No, they were out. They were just literally, they were out. They were like out, asleep.
Neil Mount Pazer, $20.
So then Tuttle came. So then the last day Tuttle's on the air. This was like on a Wednesday.
Yeah, he came back.
We're live on the air Wednesday. No, we're live on the air Tuesday, and we know that he's getting out on Wednesday. He knows he is. Like they told him, you're getting out tomorrow if you behave. So I have him on the air, and I'm like, Tuttle, I don't want you to come on the air Thursday. I want you to go back over and go see your mom and dad because they're the ones that are most worried about you because they're getting reports that you're in the funny farm and you tried to hang yourself. So, your parents are your first priority. Don't worry about us. And then just take the time. I'll pay you. Take Thursday and Friday off and then come back Monday fresh. Like, we're all good. Right, Lummy? I think that's
yeah.
And
that's
then,
what you said.
and I was like, Tuttle's like, well, I feel as you're setting me up.
That's what his big thing
I
was.
feel like you're setting me up for, okay, well, Tuttle missed 2 days, and he's gonna be thrown off the air now, and I'm like, no, Tuttle. I'm telling you, buddy, I'm not setting you up for failure and going to use you missing 2 days against you. I'm telling you responsibly, as a guy that's a little bit older than you and who has a son, that your mom and dad are worried sick about you. I mean, Dan, if your kid was in the funny farm and you had no idea what you're worried.
Yeah,
you're worried.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Hysterical.
You're worried sick. And not only, but he's also 3 cities away. I mean, you live in Volusia County, and this is in Tampa, Florida. Your kid's in the funny farm from trying to hang himself. You want the minute he is available to get out and come see you, you want that as a parent. I need that. And so I'm like, Tuttle, I'm telling you really as a responsible friend and dad and everything and boss, like, don't come in here Thursday morning. I want you gone Thursday and Friday to go see your mom and dad. Sure enough, Lummy, who's here bright and early Thursday?
Tuttle.
So I'm like, Tuttle, Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Tuttle. And he then starts saying, well, listen, the only reason I'm here is because you were going to fire me if I didn't show up. And the bottom line is I wouldn't have been in that place if it wasn't for you. And you didn't do me any favors. And he's like, he's blaming it all on me. I'm like, listen, bitch, I'm not the one that came in here and on the air live said I tried to kill myself. And then, showed up when I'm not supposed to show up. And I've been assured that everything's okay. And get up. Don't get up in my face. I mean, he got up in my face.
Yeah, he was upset about everything.
I'm like, you're fired. Get out of here. So,
actually, I think in the beginning you kind of said, get out, go home, and we'll talk after, like you've been home for a little bit. And I think he kept kind of coming at you.
Yeah,
that was the problem.
No, not that time. And I know we're well past the statute of limitations. I've looked. But one time Tuttle made me so mad, and I'm not proud of this, that I yoked him up so hard in the corner that I may have choked him out and killed him. Like, he made me so mad.
He's good at that, though.
The statute of attempted murder is up on that one.
I think so.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
I hope.
Hopefully.
I was standing kind of where Seth is, and he was standing down by the door, and we're going back and forth, and he comes back with well, at least my wife didn't have sex with Hogan, you cuckold piece of shit.
He said that?
Yeah.
And he's still alive?
Yeah. Yeah, no, for real. And I'm like, I don't even act immediately, because I'm stunned that he would say something that mean-spirited to me.
Right, that's really nasty.
Yeah,
that's really nasty.
I'm like, goes, you heard me. You let your
he
wife.
Doubled down on it?
Yeah. He goes, you heard me, and I came unglued. I swung the door open, and you have to take 2 steps down. I took 2 steps down, and with that motion, I took my hand and put him right underneath his neck, and put him right in that corner, and raised him about 2 inches.
Oh boy. Darth Vader style.
Yeah, and I think 25 might have been the one that had.
25 broke it up.
25 and be like, Bubba.
Hey boss.
Don't worry about this end. Stop. Settle down. My end. Settle down, my end. I'm like, okay, I'm so sorry. Tuttle's like, wow. You tried to kill me. I tell you right now, you tried to kill me. I should call the cops right now. I go, you're not calling the cops or not. I'm like, no, I'm afraid. Now I'm afraid.
Oh, man. Radio is a really, really odd business.
It is.
By the way, Tuttle is working on a new podcast with his ex-wife.
Awesome.
For anybody that's a fan.
That'll be for us?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be great.
I'm glad he's had another chance, 6 chances to charm.
So Elon Musk, we're talking about the Amazon. Elon Musk goes down to, I don't know why he picked the Amazon, but he picked this remote, really rugged area of the Amazon, and he brought his Starlink internet service. Now, a lot of people don't realize is, there's the standard, fiber internet service, and that's probably what we all have. But I do know people in RVs and things like that, or that are really, really out in the country. They'll get. Elon Musk owns a company called Starlink, and it's the internet, but it's through space. It goes to
satellite.
It's satellite internet. And Macho Man, I don't know if you're around or not, but I guess the speeds are incredible, like 500 to 1 gig. Like I think Starlink is fast. Oh yeah, and it's fast. I'll tell you what else is fast.
Back when I had that boat,
I'll tell you what else is fast is the growth of my biceps. Oh yeah, dig it.
Back when I had the boat, we had satellite internet, but it was super slow. And
Right.
Starlink is superior to that.
Right.
And it's everywhere. I mean, he put hundreds of those satellites and continues to put them up because they fail after a while.
He
So
goes.
download speeds 25 to 220 megs, so it's not that fast.
Hold on.
Not compared to fiber.
I know, but in the Amazon, when you
Compared to old satellite, yes, Dave is correct.
compared to no internet.
Yeah, it's faster than zero.
Compared to digging up dirt. I mean, they might. I don't even know that if in the Amazon that they have a TV with rabbit ears. I don't even know if they even have that there.
So technically, it looks like a charity group brought the Starlink to these people.
To these Amazonians.
Yeah.
So it wasn't Elon doing it. Someone
Elon
else
owns Starlink, but yeah.
Now,
I like the outfit.
Now here are some of the people that these people now have access to the internet. So imagine this. You don't even know, like, your day consists of sitting on this rock talking to this chick. That's what your day
with the bone in her nose,
and maybe going out and herding some goats and
he definitely hit it.
That's probably post hit.
Yeah,
that's probably post hit. She's describing, your big balls are right here in my mouth face, and
I can't wait for the guy from the other village to come over and bang me down.
Right, exactly.
So tired of your
right. I'm so tired of you. I'm looking for the dark skinned guy from the other village
with the other rope through his face.
Right. And so they don't I don't even think they have TV. They don't have radio. They don't even have the most primitive of communication.
They didn't have electricity.
Yeah, they don't have electricity. So now supposedly, so they come in here, they hook up all these Starlink, satellite deals, and this village within the Amazon now has full-blown internet, and supposedly all the men are getting hooked on porn because they've never seen, think about it, they've never seen anything like this. And now they got, now you can see, can you imagine not even being able, you've never even seen TV. You've never seen anything. The only sex that you've seen is what you've done or what you've watched your fellow, tribe guy do. So sex probably isn't, it's just as you get it. Kind of, they don't have Playboy magazines or anything like that. And now all of a sudden they got full-blown internet, and you can find anything on the internet.
Yeah, I guess what happened was the charity group or whatever it was brought the Starlink and then also gave everyone phones.
So, oh my God.
So now everyone's on their phones and not working.
They should.
But how do you get to porn? Like out of all the places that you would think about going on the internet, I don't know.
It takes 2 seconds.
I think porn always gets you.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, did they have it in their head, like, oh man, there's people banging on film?
No,
as soon as you get these
just
phones?
one of them probably just got onto a link and then showed the other unga bugga, and then
it go from there. Yeah.
Well, it looks like one of them went on X and then they started seeing some porn.
Yeah, because it's all over X. There's so much porn on X.
Yeah, I mean, with
you
this
think anybody's got a browser's password?
There's so much porn on X that I'm thinking about putting some of my porn on X, but we don't make that much money from X, so I mean,
we don't have to be in the porn business, Bubba. We're in the shoe business. We're in the perfume business.
We're in the radio business.
Rhett, we're working on something, Bubba, for X.
You are?
We'll talk it off air.
Okay. Is it Bubba X related ish?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Holy shit, a lot of people have worked here. Glad we built BubbaArmyHQ.com for all the PTSD memories.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Loving kids, Jesus Christ, I can see that vagina. Probably make a comforter out of it.
She's Asian, too.
Oh, gross.
So, Dan, has your family gone to the shore?
No, they are in July. Yes, they're going to Colombia next week.
Who does?
For me and the kids.
South America?
Are you going?
No. Fuck, I'm going to Colombia.
Department of Justice is.
Hold on, you feel comfortable about sending them to Colombia by themselves?
Yeah, they're going to be with her sister and Sebastian, who I think you know who he is. And they're living there now, so they'll be safe.
Yeah, and also, don't forget, they didn't really do anything for Dr. Dan's birthday, so he doesn't really give a shit.
Yeah, they're going to miss Father's Day, too. So, but he's in Galveria.
Mina's really taking some silent shots, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right.
Jeez.
But he's in Galveria, so.
I don't know what that means.
Who's the most famous guy from Colombia?
He what?
Oh, Escobar.
Yeah, Escobar.
Escobar is Galveria. That's his middle name. He's family with the Escobar family.
Does the Escobar family still have some whip?
Yep. And some assets.
I like Narcos season 1.
If you're gonna get into the Senate stuff, I sent. There was a clip that came out from Senator Kennedy, and he was talking to Chris Wray, the head of the FBI, about the Epstein Island stuff, and it's kind of going viral now too. He kind of hammers them about the investigation of people that may have been on the island and why they're not investigating the pedophiles.
I don't want to. Global's events lawyer. Good morning. Al Guru.
Is this better?
Bud Smoky.
The Kennedy one? Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
Christopher Stevens. Morning. TJ Roy. Thanks, Dave Carr. What's up, Del Havoc? What's up, Napa Mike? Big Lunger. That's his herbs. Cheap Charlie. Philly. What's up, Iggy? Big Red. Snizzle, Slazer. The Wave. You heard about that guy? The guy that had to take his shirt off, his Trump shirt off at American Airlines. You heard about that?
What?
The American Airlines stewardess made a
Let me see if you can
passenger
find
take
that
off
for me.
his
Okay.
shirt.
See if you can find that for me.
Okay.
Here, get it. I'll have it right here. I have it for you. Yeah, I sent you a link to one of the stories on it.
He's on it.
What's up, Great White? Dave Carr, Brian Gilson, TJ Roy, Madden Crusher, 666. Anything?
Motherfucker walks out at 46.
He needed a drink, Bubba. That's what he said. Started freaking out. He was out of his energy.
Motherfucker walks out at 46 seconds till?
Those fuck ups.
No, the pharmacist assholes.
What?
His prescription, like 24 hours later, they call him and says prescription is ready from what was originally called in.
Oh, I know.
Piece of
Made you
fucking
look bad.
shit. Makes me look bad, you know? Makes you look like I didn't do what I said I did.
I know, bud.
It's fucked up.
You should be full fucking hot at him.
Fucking pharmacists think they're fucking doctors. Since COVID, they think they're all fucking doctors.
He's been more faithful to the Packers than to his own wife.
Yes.
Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I think Alex Stein celebrated his 200th episode. Was it last night?
Yes, it was.
That's great.
Pay-per-view put a thing together for him.
She did. And I think this is what they played last night for Alex's 200th episode. Congratulations, Alex Stein. Pimp on a Blimp.
Hey, it's Bubba the Love Sponge, and I have to congratulate my really good friend, Pimp on a Blimp, Alex Stein. Now, you know what? I started out as a fanboy, watching his stuff online, figured out he was on the Blaze, watched that, have him on my show every...
I'm so glad that we lowered that microphone because it looks stupid up there. looks like my head, like my forehead's trying to talk.
Looks like you're drowning in a pool.
Yeah.
Like a boom.
Wednesday on my show. So started out as a fanboy, and now we're friends.
Lummy, big buck, $100 in the PayPal.
Thank you.
Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
And now you're celebrating your 200th episode. Do you think you can make it 200 more? Hope so. Love you, Alex.
So somebody told me you're having a big to-do. I'm still amazed they let you do over 100 episodes, but now you're on your 200th episode, Alex Stein, over at The Blaze. Congratulations, my friend. Let's see if you can make another 200.
Lummy, I was a headliner?
Yes, you were.
Wow.
Keep kicking ass, spitting truth, and making folks laugh. Congrats, Alex.
Congratulations, Alexandria Stein, on your courage.
Can anybody tell me who the person is?
I think
Taylor Silverman.
I think it's the person that got him hired at the Blaze.
Oh, okay.
And bravery and everything that you've done for the trans athlete community. And congrats on your 200th episode. Keep being a pimp on a blimp.
Congratulations on 200 episodes. Woohoo!
To everyone's favorite pimp
No,
on
that's
a
the person. Sorry, that's the person that got him hired.
This girl right here?
Yes.
Wow, she's beautiful.
Yeah.
Sarah Gonzalez.
Let's look at his reaction.
She's must be pretty high up at the blimp. I mean, at the Blaze.
Yeah.
blimp. Congratulations, Alex, on your 200th episode. You've come so far. And honestly, think about all the times that you could have been canceled with all
She's so hot.
She is
of the crazy things that you've done that would have honestly gotten a normal person canceled. And somehow it's only elevated you. So cheers to 200.
That's awesome that if this woman here is in management, I'm assuming she is because she's the one that potentially got him hired, and their mindset is...
I feel like she's talent.
Yeah, I do
She
too.
is a talent, but
I
she
do.
also is in talent management.
Oh, is she? Okay.
Yeah.
But it's refreshing to have somebody, talent or management stick up for you, saying, you know what, we know that there's a certain amount of flack that you bring to the table, but we stand behind you.
We recognize your brilliance.
A normal person canceled, and somehow it's only elevated you. So cheers to 200.
Let me tell Alex Stein, I'm a Sarah Gonzalez fan.
But Bubba,
Here is to
you've always excelled, and you had people behind you that had this kind of philosophy that you're unconventional, but it elevates you. And instead of trying to tie your hands behind your back, you've had producers.
But regular radio, it doesn't matter about the producer.
I'm sorry, the GM.
It's the GM and president of the company,
right?
That either can deal with a little bit of the blowback or can't. And in today's world, it seems like regular radio management cannot deal with any blowback at all.
Right.
Any blowback at all means,
Bye-bye.
Back in the day, Randy Michaels used to call me up and say, Bubba, Randy. This was the CEO of Clear Channel. Hey, Randy, I'm coming to town next Friday. We're going to go out to dinner. Okay. And have you been on vacation? No, I've been on the air. We haven't got a complaint call in 2 weeks out here at corporate. Okay, I'll work on that. Like he would yell at me because I didn't have
disruptive enough.
Yeah.
But having that behind you, Bubba, just makes you thrive. And having someone again, try to pull you down and criticize every step is really not the way to work.
But in today's content management, ownership, program directors, and things like that, it's very rare, unless you're doing your own thing, to have management stick by you anymore during trying times.
Yes, absolutely.
200.
That's why you have to have your own thing, kind of.
200 more.
Hey, Alex, it's Morgan. I wanted to say congratulations on 200 episodes, dude. That's freaking...
Is this like her Joe the Supermark?
Yes.
Her chat
Actually,
rap?
she's in our chat sometimes.
awesome. I also wanted to say thank you for being a great person and an even better friend. And I think I speak...
Think he's blasted her?
No.
I bet he has.
For all of the chat rats when I say
He's
that
a dirty dog.
we cannot wait to see what you come up with next.
We
Thanks
love
for
you,
taking us
Morgan.
along with you on this ride.
Queen.
Alex, this is Matthew,
Yes,
Isla, and
Peanut.
Olivia Adams. We just wanted to congratulate you on your 200th episode of the Prime Time
I
with
made
Alex
that
Stein
cat.
on the Blaze TV. A lot of great memories over the episode.
So that's probably from one of his litters?
Yes,
That
it is,
cat?
yeah.
All right.
It's personally my favorite
Looks
one.
like
is
the
when
guest
you
list is
sing
getting
Happy
kinda thin
Birthday
now.
last-
Yeah.
It gets a little bit better.
You
got the cat.
Alex knows 2 minutes worth of famous people. We stretched this to
Oh,
450.
Well, he wasn't behind. It
I
was
know,
a surprise.
I know.
Yeah, it
I'm
was a
just
surprise.
joshing Lum.
And we're
I know,
and,
I'm
and,
just-
and, and we're stretching when we're going to. I'm putting on the guy who has one of my
One of his cats, yeah, that he met
litter.
behind a Walmart in
Right.
Dallas.
Except I had to defend
That's
him.
really awesome.
What's up, guys? Yeah, listen, I keep telling you how great this is. I was just talking to Lila Hart about Casper's Coffee.
Let me. Who's Dr. Starboard?
I believe he's a podcaster.
Okay.
It's the most delicious coffee. I'm not a big coffee drinker. This stuff is so delicious. Plus, it's got 2 times that caffeine. You know, it gets me all amped up, man. It's crazy. But, yo, Alex, what's up, man? Congratulations on your 200th
Some podcast trying to do some shtick on some coffee over, but come on.
episode. Are you kidding me?
Get the cat guy back on.
Yeah, hold on. Get the cat club back. The cat family.
Thank you, Scott. Hey, here's to another 200 episodes. I hope it's 200 billion episodes.
You guys, Doctor from St. Places, Joe Biden.
Wait, what the heck? You guys are all doing this behind my back?
Congratulations on your 200th episode.
Tim!
If anyone was willing to pay you to be on TV for that long.
Ha!
What's up, Alex? My brother, man. I love you, man. You like a brother from another mother for sure. I appreciate
This guy looks like a real shuck, moving like he's a real. He's like maybe the Jewish version of Daniel Rose.
Well, yeah, his name's High Rez.
Yeah.
So.
I'm just saying, he's like he's really shaking you down. He's this guy's working deals. This guy's just getting stuff done.
This guy could be a rabbi or a record producer. I don't know.
Maybe both.
like a brother from another mother for sure. I appreciate all that you do, man. You're such a genuine, kind, funny guy. Congrats on 200, man.
Congrats on 200, pimp. Here's to 200 more, buddy.
Thank you, Brandon.
Alex, it's your producer,
Tiffany.
JBT, and baby Tiffany, and we just want to say congrats
All right, I mean, we could have ended this 2 minutes ago.
on 200 episodes.
You know, he should have wrapped it up after Sarah Gonzalez, the big sling and D from the Blaze that got him in.
Yeah,
Boom,
exactly.
wrap it up. We're out. We don't have any kitty litter. We don't have any kids slobbering. We ain't got nothing.
Aren't you proud of your Uncle Alex? You have crushed it. Thank you so much for bringing me
That's
on
a guy
board.
he doesn't like,
It's been
Bubba.
a wild year and a half, and I'm so thankful I get to be a part of it. And thank you.
See, and the guy knows he's on thin ice. That's why he's bringing the baby into the deal.
Yep.
Because it's tougher. Like, if I was going to fire Seth and I told him to meet me here at the building and he brings a little Sammy with him, I'm like, oh, God, I can't fire him with her there. Like,
That's why I want you to talk to him.
So, Seth, if you ever think you're being fired, just bring your kid. Like, you won't get fired.
Oh, just listen. I won't come. We won't, you don't even have to fire me. We'll just
send you some severance.
Just if I have any loose cards around here, I'll come get it. Yeah, you don't have to go through the whole thing. Yeah, you're good.
Again, Fox 35. Seth is right. Look at their little young on the scenes reporter. Look at that action.
Yeah.
Oh, Marley Capper.
Yeah, look at that, Mari Capper. Oh, then back over to her, which I don't know what tone she is.
Danielle Knox. What do you mean?
My baby in front of Laura Trump.
Black.
Say
You're
hi.
welcome.
It's Lummy here from the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Lummy.
Yeah.
No wonder.
What up, Blimp? Primetime 99. You're the man.
Wearing his Dr. Dan shirt.
Yeah, I know. Dr. Dan, I mean, come on.
And congratulations on your 200th episode. And cheers to so many more.
Yeah, just another excuse for Lummy to do a shot.
That's right.
Cheers. Thank you, Lummy. We love you.
Look at my. Listen, man. Talk about one of my most favorite gifts
ever.
And Tease.
It's from the Blaze. That's why it's perfect.
Tease. Oh, it's from the Blaze.
Yeah, that's Glenn Beck's thing.
Oh, that's what Glenn Beck sells.
Yeah, he sells
I'm
that?
selling tennis
Yeah.
shoes and he's selling AR whiskeys.
Yeah.
Man, no wonder he's upper crust.
We thought it was do you see
Bubba
the
Army.
cologne, Bubba? We put the cologne right in there too.
Alex, this is your lawyer, John
Great
Gross,
name,
wishing you
John
congratulations on 200 episodes.
Thank you, John.
Your work is breaking ground in First Amendment law for all Americans.
and is also making me very rich. So keep it up.
He goes, we're only getting 50 and 60, 70 and $80,000 settlements, but we get 5, 6 a year. That's keeping me 33 points of that bitch is keeping me afloat, right, Danny? You know what they may do? I mean, Dan, you can have a different deal. Like his deal could be 50-50, couldn't it?
It could be. Yeah, it may not be contingent. It may
what I'm saying is, is there any law where like a lawyer can't take too much percent, or it's negotiable?
It's all contractual.
So like if you had a guy in here and you're signing him up, he got in a catastrophic car accident, the normal rate amongst injury, like the Morgan & Morgans and the Diaco laws, what is it, anywhere between 33 and 40 points?
Yeah, it kind of depends on how far along the suit gets. Pre-suit is usually around 33%, and then after it's in litigation, it usually gets up to about 40%.
Because you got more
expenses.
costs,
right?
But I mean, 40 is about
as high as you can go,
you're going to get.
Ethically.
But if you had a guy that was real stupid and he had a really good case, and you say, like, listen, Mr. McGillicuddy, who's borderline R, we're going to get 92% of it, and you're going to get 8, okay?
Yeah, I'd be thrown out.
Right here. It'd get thrown out, wouldn't it? Yeah. The judge would say you were taking care of it.
God should bless you with continued success.
Thank you, John.
What's this?
Congratulations, Alex, on your 200th show.
That guy raised me.
I'm on my way.
All right, so let me
watching his stuff online.
Dontarius?
They didn't get Dontarius.
They didn't get Dontarius.
They didn't get to Dontarius?
No.
That's kind of Seth. I feel somewhat soiled by the 200th celebration video of Alex Stein if Dontarius isn't in it. I mean,
you're going to have to talk to pay-per-view about that. I mean, when she's here.
She must not know what the audience loves, because I am a huge Dontarius
Maybe
fan.
she doesn't have a direct line to Dontarius, and maybe Stein wants to keep it that way because he's afraid she could steal her from him.
But I mean, Bubba, you let it off. I mean...
Yeah, well, whatever.
And then he actually said, I probably wasn't in there, but after he was like, Bubba Army and, kind of.
Perfect.
Put it over.
Man, I got to tell you, they're having a whole bunch of meetings up in Congress and congressional and Senate hearings, and they're bringing Fauci up in there, and they're bringing everybody up in there. But can I be honest with you? Is it just for fodder and for news cycles and for the opposing person that's trying to agree? Like Senator Kennedy, he's going to take this clip now, Lummy, and use it as a campaign tool that, I will hold people responsible. I'm Senator Kennedy. I got your best interest in hand. Like, I feel as if these congressional and Senate hearings, like Fauci ain't really going to jail. They just went up there and grilled the hell out of him so they could each get a soundbite of grilling the hell out of him. Right? Is there anything that's gonna get done in the midst of these hearings that we are having?
I mean, well, this one with the Epstein thing, I think it's just kind of asking questions. So
but so like what I'm saying is like
questions.
What I'm saying is like if you're having a congressional hearing or a congressional you're looking into something, like unless there's an end game of prosecution, then why are we doing it?
Well, Bubba, it seems that no one ever gets in trouble for what they actually say, even if what they say is plainly illegal, as long as they say it and they don't not show up and they don't lie or say inconsistent things.
Like in the last couple of weeks, I think I've seen Biden's the guy that's in charge of immigration, Homeland Security. I think I've seen him up there. I think I've seen I've seen everybody up there.
It's a public tongue lashing for a lot of people, but nothing really happens. They don't do anything. The only thing that's happened from Congress and testimony in Congress in the last 5 years is 2 people are going to jail for contempt of Congress because they refused to answer to a committee, and that is Steve Bannon, and I think it's Navarro. And both of those have to spend 4 months in jail because they refused to go to the public tongue lashing.
Why don't we know? I didn't even know about that.
Yeah.
So you got a congressman or a senator and Bannon and the other guy who wouldn't disclose what?
They wouldn't testify before the January 6th subcommittee. They refused to testify to the committee. And so because of that, they were held in contempt of Congress because they didn't show up. And they both are one's already serving and one was just lost his last appeal. That is Steve Bannon, 4 months in jail. Now, you remember that also was it Marion Joyner, that female runner?
Yeah.
Had because she lied to Congress, they went after her. But very rarely do they ever do anything. They
If you
just
just
make
tell
you go
the
up
truth.
there. You just got to shame yourself and then take the hits.
You got to sit there and just take it.
Right.
And let them call you a no good mother
Right,
effer.
exactly.
And all that kind of deal.
Answer your questions.
And then you just answer your questions.
And then nothing happens.
And listen, all your lawyers already have all your answers on what you're supposed to say.
Well, ideally,
for the
yes.
most part.
Yes.
So let me know, what's this, Al? This is
a hearing with the FBI, the leader of the FBI.
All right,
or
so
the director of the FBI.
So the director of the FBI and Senator Kennedy is asking the leader or the director of the FBI about Epstein
What's
stuff.
going on with all the people? Like, there's no investigation. You never hear about it anymore.
Here's my second question.
Now hold on, I want to get in trouble.
Yeah, this is very it's
Is
a couple days old.
Okay,
but
because
June
stupid ass
5th, I believe.
Toothy would call in and say, "Get me off my game." It was about this time yesterday when he did it.
But like someone like Dr. Dan, you think would see it? They're kind of putting this kind of under the radar.
Oh,
they're not covering.
No,
this.
I've not heard any of this.
Exactly.
No. But I didn't. But what are they having a hearing about? Are they having a hearing about, Lummy, why the Epstein thing's not been more thoroughly investigated? Is that what the thing is?
Kind of, but they're also like trying to figure out what, like the FBI, like where they're going, what they're doing.
I can tell you what they're doing. Nothing. They're a bunch of paid-for mother effers. They do whatever president is in charge. They that's all they do. Except you're Trump, and then see Trump messed up so bad when he left the same FBI guy in there, thinking that the FBI guy was going to.
Oh no, he fired the first one and brought in this guy.
Yeah, but listen, if you're the president, man, and you get rid of that FBI guy and you put your boy in there.
Oh, right at the very beginning, you clean house.
Yeah.
Trump
Day
really
one.
demonstrated the need for that because he got sandbagged by so many people that he just, out of kindness, left them there in their positions. He didn't feel like firing everybody at the same time. I'd fire everybody.
Let me ask you a question. Like if I was the president.
Right, President Bubba.
I would put Fabrizi in charge of the FBI.
That's what everyone thought Trump was going to do.
That's what I do.
Right.
But that's why he didn't do it because everyone was coming after him.
Or you know who I put in there? Jimmy Clevis.
Right. And so what they did is they made Trump afraid to fire everybody at the very beginning. And because of that, he kept all these hanger-oners. They were all allegiant to the other side.
But as the president, I think you have the power to put whoever you want in there.
Yes, you do, Bubba.
Trump's an idiot for not putting his guy in there.
He should have fired Comey. He should have fired everybody at the very, very, very beginning. And he should have just done what he wanted to do, like every other president does. But because he was trying to be mindful of all the naysayers, he ended up really hurting himself.
All right, hold on.
We know that.
And I think the American people, here's the thing. Does it really matter? Like, do we really need to look into the Epstein Island thing further? Like, do we really? I mean, listen, he's dead. But Maxwell bitch is gonna, she's a non-factor for 20 plus years.
Yeah, but it's a fraud. It's the fraud, Bubba. You got to think there's a lot of people that slept with like young chicks and
Bubba, here's the problem. Here's the problem. You and I and Lummy and Seth and Mach and Rhett and everyone associated with this show thinks it's disgusting to rape minors.
Yeah.
Okay? I think America thinks it's disgusting to rape minors. And what happened on Epstein Island? Raping of minors. And who did it? All those 80 assholes that are on that manifest to Epstein Island. And there's a long list of very powerful, distinguished
Jimmy Kimmel's
people.
not on it. That's why Seth told me that last week.
Well, that's fine.
Or P. Diddy too.
But there's a lot of people
P. Diddy not on it?
He's not on it. No.
But there's a lot of people that are on it, and they're all super powerful, and no one wants to say anything.
Like John Travolta's
and it's disgusting.
on it. Like John Travolta's on it.
And I bet
Bill Clinton's on
bet you a percentage of those people are guilty of having.
Tom Cruise is on it, isn't he?
Having inappropriate relations with minors. And I bet you a lot of them are, and they don't want that list out. And she had the list. We've got the list. We all have it. We all know it, and no one's saying anything about it.
He was taping everybody. He was taping everybody.
Let's not get into that
everybody.
now.
I know.
That hits close to
But
home.
you didn't, yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein, who is now deceased, and Ms. Maxwell, his associate, who's in prison, were engaged in a.
So I'm sorry. Senator Kennedy is asking the head of the FBI.
Correct.
Why aren't we digging into this Epstein deal?
Correct.
Conspiracy of sex trafficking with minors. So were others. It's been widely reported. What's the FBI doing to investigate the other people that were involved in these sex trafficking rings?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think that they should be looking into them.
Yeah, very, very much so.
Well, I'm not sure that I can confirm any specific individual.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me give you some facts, widely reported. Jeffrey Epstein had video surveillance in all of his homes and on his private island. And there have been articles after articles from witnesses who have said he videotaped sex acts with prominent people because he was trying to incur with young girls that he had procured to try to incur favor with those prominent people and potentially to be able to blackmail them.
See, you know why I gotten so railroaded, Dan? Because I didn't have those intentions, but everybody else that does this sort of thing does. So I've just got looped into we know Bubba was going to, blackmail people. I didn't, it's almost timing where my situation that had somewhat of this type of this scenario is getting looped into, I'm guilty of by association just in the act alone.
Right. And so where are the tapes? Where's the black book? Why did Giselle or Ghislaine Maxwell give any names? What happened? That doesn't make any sense.
Don't they have all that?
They do have all the tapes.
They do.
Yeah, they confiscated them when they raided the house.
Big buck, $100.
So why aren't there a train of people being prosecuted for this?
And the FBI and other federal agencies have raided his houses. Do you have those tapes?
Again, I can't discuss.
I want to sell them to Gawker. I gotta think those tapes are worth a lot.
The specifics of our law enforcement operations related to Mr. Epstein.
Don't worry about it. They ain't gonna file no charges. Because when in my case, man, they had the people dead to rights on who did it and deciphered it and stole it and brokered it.
They're selective.
And they didn't do nothing.
And this is what's upsetting America, Bubba.
We had very active investigation related to both of them. But whether it extends to other people, I'm not sure that's something
But here,
comment on.
a suit was filed yesterday against one of those prominent people by one of the young women sex trafficked, allegedly, said he was part of the ring.
So, why don't you tell us? Looks like he might have it right there in his hands.
Oh, he does.
Blurt it out. Have some balls and blurt it out, Ken.
On the front page, I don't know, is this New York Times, Wall Street Journal? And we keep seeing article after article after article. And we keep hearing about prominent person after prominent person after prominent person.
And then we got the P. Diddy kicker.
Right.
Right? We got that going on right now. Mm-hmm. And they're saying what? There might be a Jay-Z kicker.
Sure there is.
And we've already had the Bill Cosby and the R. Kelly kicker.
820.
And they say if you say there's a bunch of pedophiles,
now?
if you say there's a bunch of pedophiles in politics and out in L.A., then you're a conspiracy theorist.
Perfect. And it's 820, right, Lemmy?
Yep.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Go back there.
Will you see if this printed?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's up, Nick the Gun Guy? DJ Clay.
Bubba, I got a script I forgot to give you for a podcast.
Okay. I can read it right after.
Yeah.
Fish on the J. Thank you, buddy. $50. I'll get you on the backside.
So Pooper Lips, Nizzle Slizzing, Orbit 321. 71.
So, Seth, you're talking like maybe 725, 720-ish here tonight?
Yeah.
And I'll just go.
Does it take 10 minutes to get down there from here?
15 probably.
Yeah.
That wave.
I'm just a little surprised that they haven't like confirmed everything with me, you know. So
You talking about tonight?
yeah.
Oh, what's going on with tonight?
What a come lately fucking.
No, I know about the comedy act. But I mean, so what's the deal? Do I have to buy a ticket? Do you want me to?
I tried.
I don't know. We don't know
I
yet.
just told him he'll look at it.
Okay.
Is it a single deal or a single plus? What's up, D Rock 840?
I haven't even heard back.
Tip Terry.
I haven't even heard
At
back
this
about.
point, you'd have to buy a ticket because we haven't even heard back for Babyface.
Well, we haven't heard back from us, Bubba. I haven't heard back about me, Merch Crick. Like I haven't heard from anybody. I'm just saying, like I'm not. I don't think that they're gonna leave us hanging out to dry, but they're also not quick with the getting back to me.
Don't get worried about it. Don't get worried. Don't get off.
No, it's all good. Worst case scenario is you go inside, we all stay outside, and wait for you to get done.
I just want to.
No, that's not how it's gonna happen.
No.
Who's talking, man?
That was this Kennedy guy.
Oh God, man, this cadence is scary. What are the hot clubs in Ybor? I'll go to the castle and wait for you, Bubba.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Wake
fuck.
up.
They know Drew
Wake up
there.
with an asshole the size of the Lincoln Tunnel.
No, we're going together. Getting dropped off at the alley behind fucking Ybor. Hopefully they're waiting for us, and we're ready to go.
Did you say get drunk in the alley?
No, I said
dropped off in the alley. Okay.
Dropped off in the alley. Not hit on the fucking back door a few times. They open it up. You're like, hey, we're fucking supposed to be here.
Yeah.
What's up, Cooper?
I mean, we might just do that anyways, Bubba. I mean,
That's just the way we're gonna do it.
I mean,
Yeah. That's just the way you do it.
you either let us in or you don't. I mean, either way, we're getting good content.
Right. I mean,
I hope we don't get in.
Down, boy.
yeah, then I don't got to worry about being nervous what he's doing to me.
I know.
XXL Gaming, Big Buck.
Maybe the ribbon itself is that he invites us, but don't sense it's in. maybe that's the ribbon. They got a camera of us trying to get in, and they play that for the crowd.
I mean, that's actually pretty funny. That's next level.
I mean, it is. We invited 10 people and only let 2 in. Here's the other 8 trying to get in. Oh, that would be great, wouldn't it?
Well, Matroni would buy us all tickets, and then he'd end up being 15 tickets deep for Eric Andre.
How did Matroni get so involved in it?
What's that?
Mitch. How did Matroni get so involved in it?
Because he's present.
He bought tickets. He bought tickets to give away for the show on the air, and then
he's a fan of this guy's too. He knows this guy. You don't.
Well, I know who he is.
Well, not like Brian does.
He's trying to do a date night Willie too. He's been hanging out with his neighbors too much lately, so he's going to take his wife out.
Yeah.
Of
course, you're bringing Romina, correct?
I don't know if I'm going or not. You telling me I'm not even fucking going, so I'll probably just go solo if I go. What time would it be?
That's
Can Dan get us a helicopter out of Ybor though?
Yeah, we can get it in and out by helicopter.
Thank God.
Never trust the fart.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Do I suggest it? No.
Oh, dude, let's helicopter the shit out of there, man. Ybor could use a little fucking noise. That's not people.
Yeah, and how do you not let the guest in that helicoptered in? How do you not let him in?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
What's some fucking cop on a horse gonna stop him?
Yeah.
Horses are scared of helicopters. They
Exactly.
do not like helicopters.
Yeah.
It's one thing they don't like. They run from them.
They think they're monsters.
Yeah, DDP for life.
Really think they're monsters.
Yeah. I'd be scared of a helicopter if I was an animal.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Fish on the J, $50 on the PayPal. Thank you. That's what I monitor, and we've had him and Buck today. Step up. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, all at the Bubba Army. Let's not forget that maybe Thursday of next week, Lummy, maybe if everything goes right, the pre-order of the Bubba Army Fat Guy Dunk 2s, the lower cut, regular cut tennis shoe.
Oh, yeah.
Offered in 2 different colors. Maybe Bubba Army slides, too. We're only going to have, I don't know, maybe 10 days worth of pre-ordering.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, maybe 10 days to 2 weeks of pre-ordering. Then we're done because we got to get manufacturing. What's
Tim Kinner 10 on the super chat.
That puts us the middle of June. Dan, what puts 3 months after that? So July,
September.
August, September. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So Jay's here on mic 4, and Tim Keener said, "Y'all come to the Crown Vic race in Brunswick, $50,000 to win."
Well, I mean, if I had a Crown Vic that was race ready, I could.
Thought we were gonna make 3 of them.
Well, Dan, we
you just asked him last week, Jason.
Yeah.
No, it was a month ago. But geez.
Lummy.
Of course, he's going to endorse Danny.
Lummy. Shut up.
No, that's not to you, Bubba. That's to Jay.
No.
That's better.
No, that's shut up because Jay's right and you're wrong.
Oh, okay.
And just because Dan, you got to know, everybody has to see. Jay has this. It's a skill set. And it's learning when Dan's just blowing crap and bragging or when he's really, really serious about what topic you're talking about. And so you have to have the Dan filter. Steve and Jay, of course, have got it. And Jimmy and me and Jeff, Dan will blurt out some nonsense. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen or that you need to start working on it. It's just Dan. It's Dan sense. When he blurted out he'd like to have a helicopter. Well, Dan's really not going to have a helicopter.
He would if he could.
But he's not.
Dan's just a guy trying to find out what he's going to do with this Friday night. He's trying to come down and hang out with the boys at the Eric Andre show.
So Dan,
he's thrilled.
Dan doesn't realize, because everybody coddles Dan, that if he wanted to buy 3 Crown Vics for his kid and Tiffany and Big Red to start racing, because that's kind of the next progression for go-karting, would be like a Crown Vic. But it's a very lengthy process. You'd have to give me the okay that you wanted me to find you 3.
Right.
I'd have to find you 3 at some government auction, which I could.
Terry deals in those, by the way, if you don't know that.
Yeah, and they all, you know what? The bad thing about it, all this Crown Vic racing, Dan, has now made, you used to be able to buy them all day for $800.
Yep, not anymore.
All day. They're now, you're lucky to get one for $3.
Right.
Bubba, what I was trying to say was you told Dr. Dan all this and told Dr. Dan it was on him and Big Red to go find them. You gave them the link to go find them.
Right.
And
So-
told me it was expensive. I was just saying that.
Dan has done zero research.
That's true.
He is not giving me the authorization to buy anything. He has to. You also have to realize that you have to put about a $1,500 roll cage in there.
Oh yeah, you got to prep the car.
There's about another $1,000 of car prep with taking out the taillights, taking out the glass,
Ripping the interior out.
taking the dash out, ripping the interior, taking the back seat out, making sure the battery is not internally mounted inside the hood.
Kill switch.
But is your battery is behind the driver's, or actually back of the passenger seat. You have to have a kill switch, and you have to have a fire extinguisher.
You got to have tow hooks. You got to have the whole
And
deal.
Our last go-kart race is this weekend. We are then selling all the go-karts, and we will use that money to buy the Crown Vics.
Okay.
And so we're doing it. We're in that process. It's going to probably take, just like you said, it's going to take a few months to get it all.
So why'd you ask Bubba where's the Crown Vics?
So why did you ask me where the Crown Vics is, and why did you bring up a big Crown Vic race that none of us...
Because it was part of Tim Keener's $10 bid. It said, Tim Keener, $10, Bubba, y'all coming to the Crown Vic race. That's all. I was just
And you
repeating
should have said, no,
a
we're
contribution.
not. We're not, because we're in the process of securing our Crown Vics. Maybe in 6 months we'll have some race-ready Crown Vics for the kids.
And then kids will hopefully at that point be able to drive them competently. But I'm excited about that journey.
You know what he asked me a few days ago, Jay?
What's that?
I'm not trying to get him in trouble.
You kidding me?
No, tell me. Bubba, you got to tell me now.
He's back on the playing kick. He's back on the playing kick.
That's not going to get me in trouble. I talked to Steven about it.
Yeah.
We both are. We just opened an office in Miami. We're about to open an office in Orlando, and a plane makes sense now. It's starting to make sense, Bubba. So it's not that off the chart.
So we may be rolling around in the Bubba Army plane again.
I thought maybe it was the same as the helicopter kick.
No.
That was a joke. That was parody.
Okay. This one's actually
reality.
All right.
Coding for less, 25 on the cash app.
Dan, I apologize, and I wasn't trying to redneck on you or get you in trouble. But, you throw a lot of stuff out there that we have to filter.
Well, some of it's Dr. Dan Esquire, but some of it's real. But, we're definitely, after traveling last week and last weekend, man, there's a reason to have private planes. Especially when you have offices. When I was a kid, I always wondered what would justify it. When you have offices all over the state and you have employees or supervisors that need to go and check on the offices, you can't take all day long.
Here's the thing, man. If you have an office in Miami or Orlando, which you're soon to be going to have.
I have one in Miami already.
Okay. And there's a situation where you as the partner, you or Dan, maybe even Steve on the business side, on what Mr. Wolf would do, needed to be at the firm in 2 hours.
Right.
Like, you physically, it's nothing that you can Zoom. It's nothing that you can talk on over a phone. You physically need to be there because something just big went down and you got to be there.
Well, we used it with you before.
No,
but also with our firm, we'd have to absolutely do it. We would do Orlando and Tampa, and Miami all on the same day.
Right.
Does Harvey Specter have a plane, Bubba?
No, he does not.
Okay.
No, he does not.
People on this trip, though, compared me to Harvey Specter. It was hilarious.
You're Harvey Specter, and Dan is Mike Ross.
Yeah, it's one of the guys from Orlando that came to the surf ranch for the first time, and they had a ball. It was incredible. They've been in Orlando forever, and so they even know who you are. He's been listening to you since he was a kid, Jeff Jascott. He knew exactly who you were. He didn't know you were on yet, and he's going to start listening today.
103.1.
103.1 in Orlando. For sure.
Neil Mount Pizzere, $20, Dr. Dan Plane Funds.
Dr. Dan's Plane Fund.
Yes.
Dan, I would say if you guys were to buy a plane, I would buy one. You know who has the best plane? I don't know if it's available. Is Halpern,
and it may be he's trying to buy another one, and his bid got rejected.
I'm not doing single engine anything.
If he said,
I'm just telling you, Jay, you won't have any problems with it. But if you need to have, if double engines are just they're expensive to fly. You got double the annual, double the things that go wrong, and a single engine plane. Just you don't have failure. The only failure you have is pilot failure, because most good pilots can, even if a single engine plane loses power, can get you back, can get you okay.
Okay, but the plane we had before, I don't know anything about planes, but it was your plane originally.
It
was your plane originally.
Too much.
Too much for what I have now. But having two engines, I was told that plane was kind of like the Jeep of planes, that it was very rugged, that it could handle turbulence, that the kind of weather we dealt with in Florida all the time.
Yeah.
When you're 30 years old and you got to go home, you don't care about the weather. You just get on the plane and haul ass. And so,
see, Halpern probably, Dan, wants to go to a twin. And,
right.
and so we're going to take, but
his hand-me-downs.
If we were,
he's not going to a twin. It's a single. It's another single.
He's probably going to a PC-12, a Pilatus. And those are, oh my God, those are like $3 million.
Oh.
But Halpern's plane, for what I know, he would sell it for. Whew, that's the plane. That's the plane to have. It's a little workhorse. It'll run about 210 knots.
Can you imagine how he maintained it too?
Oh, well, first thing he did is he ripped out all the antiquated gauges and put like $125,000 of all glass GPS, like his whole entire dash. His dash looks like a 747's dash.
Yeah, it's really nice.
It's bad. I mean,
That's awesome.
That's the plane I would buy. I'm just telling you. That thing's a workhorse. That thing you can take easily 6 people in. Counting the pilot.
Statistically, though, are twin-engine planes safer than single-engine planes? Statistically,
not really. No, I bet you there's more. You know what? I bet you there's more single-engine. I'm sorry. I bet you there's more double-engine plane crashes than single-engine. I don't know. There's more single engine planes out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
percentage-wise. It has to be a percentage deal.
Most. I don't know. Let's not get into that.
Okay.
I'm not in that. You guys are that rich again. I'm not. So I can't just hurry up.
If these prominent people,
I just want to hear the conclusion of Epstein Island.
I love this guy.
Above the law, and are going to be and aren't being investigated, or is the FBI investigating them?
See, this goes right along the lines of, Jay, kind of my deal, and that is the fact that, why are the FBI not investigating the people that are legitimately on the Epstein manifest? Is it called manifest?
Manifesto?
Manifesto.
No, manifest.
The manifest from the planes. Yes.
Yeah, like the people that were absolutely known to have gone there. and there's some very famous people on there. You know, John Travolta and a bunch of people. Why aren't and we know that there was human trafficking, that we certainly know that happened there. Why aren't what is the FBI doing? Can you tell us Americans? Are you guys doing nothing? Is it a closed case?
I can tell you exactly why. Same reason it happened in your case.
Money.
The politically connected and the powerful win every time.
Investigated, or is the FBI investigating them?
Well, no one is above the law.
When anyone starts a sentence like that, just ignore everything else that comes out of their mouth.
Exactly. And George Carlin said this 30 years ago in his stand-up. He's like, we're all punk bitches, and they're running it, and we can't do anything about it.
Let me see.
Investigated.
All right, here we go.
Well, no one is above the law, number one. As to whether specific people are being investigated, that's not something that I, as I'm sure you can appreciate, can engage on here. We've devoted significant resources to the investigation.
Is it ongoing?
I'm not sure there's anything I can share with you on that, but let me see if we can get back to you and provide a little more information.
Well, for example, these allegations in this lawsuit, the civil action.
Yeah, I haven't seen
You ought to read
the article.
It'll trigger your gag reflex. Is the FBI going to investigate that?
Well, again, I haven't seen the article, but I would be happy to take a look at it and take it back and see if it's part of something.
I'd just like to know.
I share your.
Yeah, is the FBI still investigating this, or are these prominent people going to go scot-free?
I mean, you know what, Jay? It's too bad we can't tie this into kind of my deal, because it kind of goes just that line right there. Kind of goes along the lines that would be almost good for my deal, don't you think?
You were actually told you were a bad victim. I mean, they didn't say we didn't have enough evidence. They didn't say, the merch crick hit him first. They didn't say any stupid, asinine, factual excuse. They said, you are a bad victim,
which is
period.
Bizarre.
That's it. You've been told that twice.
Are these prominent people going to go scot-free?
Yeah. I mean, I was told by the FBI, Brian Albritton convinced the FBI that I was a bad victim. Now, if you're just a victim, doesn't it just stop right there?
Yeah, and it's a victim of theft, of crime,
So,
of your
like,
personal property
what
that was
makes you
then
a-
sold and exploited to someone else's personal loss.
What makes you a bad one?
Do you know who else has been a bad victim this month? Do you know who was a bad victim this month? This is just what shows how outrageous this all is. Caitlin Clark was a bad victim in that assault during the WNBA game. Because she's white, she couldn't say she was a victim, because you can only be a victim if you're African American in that context. That's
I'm not
a bad
sure
victim,
that I
Bubba.
can tell you whether or not there is ongoing work being devoted to this. I would be happy to take a look at the specific article. I share your disgust at Mr. Epstein's conduct and Ms. Maxwell's conduct.
And others.
The whole operation.
That's what people are losing, though, is that he said he doesn't know if there's an ongoing investigation on Epstein Island.
Right.
Which means that there's not an ongoing investigation.
And he doesn't acknowledge anything. That was the most non-responsive answer ever. If I would have been there, said, excuse me, sir, did you hear my question? Remember when I used to do that, Bubba? MJ would go through a 6-minute rant, and I'd put my head down on the desk, and when he was done, I'd say, did you hear my question? Could you please read that back?
And then we have to go through it again, because he was in MJ world. He wasn't in answer the question world. He'd be in MJ world, and Jay would have to then ask the question again, and then MJ would finally answer it after he went through his 5-minute diatribe.
Yeah, he did. Definition of is he's like, do you? I said, do you know what the definition of negative is? Remember that? He didn't know what a negative email was. So it's the same thing. It's non-responsive answers. It's non-responsive answers. It's an evasive government official who just said that they have all of it. He said the enterprise. I never heard that phrase before. Well, so the government's recognizing there was an enterprise on Epstein Island, and then he's using these baby-face answers like Lummy's saying, where he's like, they're non-responsive. They're not doing anything.
I wonder if we could get a report from the FBI as to how many times people have been detained, read their Miranda rights, and handcuffed, and then the case never pursued from that point forward.
FJ Bar 75,
Right?
$20.
Oh, it's not a lot.
I mean, like
They've got like a 90+ conviction rate. If they arrest you, you get convicted like 90% of the
yeah,
time.
but how many people have been arrested, read their Miranda
That's what I'm
rights,
saying.
and then let go and say, okay, you know what? Don't even worry about that.
Not even pursued.
How many non-cooperating witnesses?
Yeah. I'm talking about cooperation, and that's Mississippi, buddy. The fatties got together with the skinnies and said, hey, let's put
Alabama.
Or Alabama.
I'm sorry, Alabama. Now, see, are you just trying to be stupid when you do this? Like what does this prove?
I'd like to see who second place was.
Oh, she was hard.
Atmore is living her dream.
Here we go. Hold on.
Representing the state of Alabama in the National American
And here's the thing.
white one.
We're so goddamn snowflake that she'll go there in the Miss America contest and she'll be the big, Lizzo looking one. And you know what? She'll win.
Do they do swimsuits?
She'll win. She'll win
Do they do
because it's like
swimsuits?
she'll win because it's like, it just shows how inclusive we really, really are, and it takes away all these stereotypes. And she'll win if she's gonna win.
But that's like a junkyard dog winning the dog show. It doesn't make any sense.
Program. WKRG News 5 Summer Pool introduces us to this inspiring young woman.
Yeah, Miss.
A crowning achievement, 8 years in the making. Sarah Milliken of Atmore has competed in the National American Miss program since she was 15.
I competed once as a junior teen when I was 15, again as a teen when I was 16, and not placing, that was really
I wasn't fat enough back then, and we weren't woke enough. Alabama wasn't quite woke.
You know what the problem is? It has nothing to do with her physical appearance. It's the fact that we're celebrating the wrong thing. We should be celebrating healthfulness. And this is not celebrating healthfulness. I mean, I love that she's comfortable in her own skin, but part of these pageantries was supposed to be being examples for young women of how to live your life and how to achieve things and get scholarships.
It's a prime example for all you fatties out there. You got a chance.
Well, that's not even what I'm saying.
Sunny Days, $150.
Oh my
Cash
God!
App.
Thank you, Sunny Day.
Hey, Mike Thurman, $20 on Bet's Future.
I wish when I was growing up, there was like, hey, you're fat, and you got a chance to win something really, really like, you got.
You
would
have been the king of the school, Bubba.
I mean, like, you got a chance to win,
class king,
best looking dude in school, even though you're fat. Oh, I mean, I wasn't
Really hard.
I wasn't this fat. I was only like 225.
Now at 23, the famous saying rings true. Third time's a charm.
Just being able to come back 8 years later and say, okay, I didn't give up on this dream, and now because I didn't give up on it, I get to be the next Miss Alabama and wear this crown for a year.
The purpose of the National American Miss program is to grow confidence and foster a positive self-image.
Like, look at this chick. Hot as hell.
Wait a second. Is this a jobber thing? Because this isn't like Miss America. This is National Miss pageant.
I don't know
This
what
goes
this
into,
is.
I guess,
I
Miss
think
USA.
it's different, right?
No, this goes into the Miss USA.
This goes into Miss USA.
This goes into Miss USA.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
all compete again.
And look, now they've changed what their mission
Image.
statement is.
Contestants range in age.
Unleash your potential. National American Miss is an opportunity like no other. You'll gain poise, confidence, and valuable communication skills. You'll feel good about yourself and gain the competitive edge you need to succeed.
Age from 4 to
Even being a fat ass.
24. Milliken hopes to send a message to all girls and young women, not just
I mean, my Lord, I wish fat people could have done cool stuff when I was fat.
those who compete in pageants.
I hope that they learn that no matter what your body looks like, no matter where you come from, you can do anything that you set your mind to.
Well, you really can't. You really can't. I'm going to set my mind to be the starting halfback for the Green Bay Packers at 58 years old, 285 pounds.
You can do it, Bubba. All you have to do is believe.
I didn't think
And I show up there at training camp.
It was possible for a plus-size girl to win. I didn't think it was possible for a girl from small-town Alabama
See,
to
here's the deal, man. They got plus-size competitions. Enter that one.
By the way, there's a lot of plus-size girls that are a lot prettier than she is. She's
that
not like
win to
especially pretty. I mean, I've seen plus-size girls that are absolutely magnificent.
that model,
looking.
the cover
There's
model
beautiful,
one.
beautiful
Graham.
plus-size girls. This girl's
Who
not
was
that
it, Bubba?
pretty.
This girl's sloppy.
Yeah.
A lot of hard
She was
work.
beautiful. She is beautiful.
worked literally every single day for 365 days. There wasn't a day that I wasn't practicing my on-stage speech or my interview.
Or going and getting a double big back.
And Milliken says what you see on stage barely scratches the surface of what this program has meant to her.
It was honestly so amazing. I met so many.
Look.
Is anybody happy for her?
Look at this chick. Hot. hot.
Pissed.
This chick hot.
Pissed.
This chick hot.
Pissed.
This chick,
Not so much.
all right, she's decent. I mean, hold on, I'd take her over there.
Yeah.
And they're all.
It would still be outrageous.
And look at this girl right here.
Outrageous
she's like,
choice.
She's like, are you kidding me? I have gone through all, this.
I haven't
long.
eaten in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I haven't eaten. And some girl who just snorted down a 20-pack.
Amazing, just accomplished, empowering women. That was definitely.
At the resort, because it's usually like a week-long thing.
Right, it's a big event.
These two girls, they're at the gym every morning, working out, and she's at the buffet.
The best part.
Milliken will now
I mean, yeah, look at that.
That's hot.
That's one of those
Oh,
front.
God.
That's a front ass. That's what they call
I never heard that before.
A front ass.
Oh my
It's
God.
one
Dan,
of
if you just block that picture out, what he's saying is, it would. You know what I'm saying?
It's a front ass.
I never heard that.
Does that not look like an ass?
Yes.
But on the front.
Yes.
You know you're fat when you got a front ass.
Did you ever have one?
I'm not going to choose to answer that question.
represent Alabama at the national pageant on Thanksgiving.
What's wrong with you, Jay?
Come on,
I don't know if I had a
dude,
front
Brian.
ass or not.
Come on, Jay.
I didn't know if you were
Jay.
speaking from personal
You start
experience or
asking
you just
you-
seen them.
No,
I've never even
Want me to
heard
start
it before.
asking you some embarrassing questions?
You usually do.
Dan, text them to me.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Now. She lost a little bit more weight.
Did she?
Yeah, I think
Did she get fat shamed like
no, she had
the
like
singer?
kids. No.
She was on she was on the swimsuit.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
still
she
model.
was. And who was the Adele when she lost all the weight people fat shamed her?
Adele looks great.
She looks. I mean, she's healthy too. She's going to live another 20 years.
Oh no, Adele's
She didn't lose enough weight to say she looks about the same. I'm saying she had 2 kids.
Who, Adele? No, the actual other girl.
Graham.
But Adele
She was-
losing the weight,
she's
even if she's not like a a waif, it's just
I know.
losing those extra 40 pounds makes a big difference. For sure.
I did not know that chick had a fruit bun.
Oh, she's beautiful, dude. Look at her, she's so gorgeous. Ashley Graham, remember her? She was the cover model. They called her a plus size. She's so magnificent. She's beautiful. Beautiful. She's beautiful. For her skin is perfect. Heavy or thin, she's still beautiful. They could have. You would have thought they would have found a prettier girl without a front ass. But they just got the biggest girl they could find.
So whatever contest, they get the opportunity to now go into Miss. You have to qualify in certain things to then get into Miss Alabama for Miss America or Miss USA.
So this is a pre-qualifier for Miss Alabama? So she's not like the true Miss Alabama going into Miss USA. So this is a job or secondary tier.
But everyone has to qualify.
It's a feeder.
And a lot of people think that now it's going to be, they're, all the news, they're
I was not against
push her through.
Of course, you're gonna try to push her through, and she'll get up to a finalist.
Sad for Miss Alabama.
I just can't wait to see her in a bathing suit. Our mom was Miss Denver and runner-up to Miss Colorado, and Miss Colorado won Miss America that year. And the way my mom described it is, her dad owned half of Denver. And she played like chopsticks on the piano. And that was her talent.
She must be doing something else at the trophies.
That's it, like
what's
power player.
Yes, sir?
Oh, okay, hold on.
Good morning, everybody. What up, the Longwood Group of Lips? How's everybody doing?
Wow, Bert. $2 I could get for VP. That's right.
XXL Gaming, what's up, buddy?
I don't think Jay would like that, but it's okay.
What's that?
This person put Dr. Dan for VP.
I don't know. I just would like it because I don't know that helps Trump's chances.
Dr. Dan?
What voters does he bring? That's where I'm at right now. Is what voters can you bring, and can you bring the whole what happens if the old guy dies? That's what I want. A younger person that can do the same things he does and bring some voters.
I don't mind the Ohio guy.
Who?
Vance.
Yeah, I like Vance a lot.
Well, you gotta
What up,
kind of,
PDP for life?
really follow politics and know everything he's got.
What up,
He's
Nick?
not a big name.
Yeah.
He's quiet, but he's.
Doug Burgum's like that. I never really liked him until recently when I see him on the stump for him. He's done a hell of a job.
Big Rubio, Buck, I don't even understand. Rubio,
Wyatt
because
Harris.
Who's going to move out of Florida?
I know.
What's
Well,
the
he
fucking
doesn't
point?
need. Everyone's like, oh, pick DeSantis. He's already got Florida. I don't think he's
Yeah,
gonna
but
pick
you can't
DeSantis.
have the same state.
Yeah, well, and also DeSantis would still bring all those issues that Bubba talks about. He would bring that to the national stage again. We don't need that.
Well, Disney is going to build a $17 billion. It's like Disney's back. in
White
Florida.
Ice Tea, what up? You're mine. The Brian Gilson, what up? Brett Delpenbaugh. You hate JD Vance? Why? I thought he's a reasonable guy.
Yeah.
What up, Shane? Marsdolf.
I take her in the back, BJ, and shoot her and feed her to the alligators that are hungry.
Who, Miss Alabama?
I'm nothing. I'm not talking. No comment.
Okay.
Because I'm here. Otherwise, he'd be like, yeah. Idiot. What up, Bama boy, Mernon?
I don't know if Vivek will be the VP.
Somebody left Travis
Insane in the
35.
membrane. I like Vivek, but again, I don't think he brings anything. I wish, I think he'll be one of the future voices of the party. I would put him in a cabinet position if I were Trump.
I would think that's going to happen. So does Tim Scott.
I make him more of an ambassador.
Tim Scott can help bring up South Carolina, and he's first of all, again, he fits that. What happened if Trump should be an ambassador? What happens if Trump dies?
Trump better pick 3 motherfuckers that he hadn't picked, because these 3 suck.
Yeah, I don't like the ones that they're talking about today. But you know what they
You got Bubba live now. If you go through withdrawals later,
easy fix.
Get your fix at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the BRN.
Much better day today. I won't have to call Lummy in the afternoon and tell him I'm depressed and then have Lummy be my therapist. Man, you know you're screwed when Lummy is your therapist.
Yeah, I saw a couple of those comments. I'm like, ouch.
So, thank you, Lummy, for being there for me. I'm
Of
sorry,
course.
Sorry for coughing, but I rushed to try to pee, and Dan was peeing. You got to realize, man, there's not a lot of time in between breaks to get a lot of stuff done. Like, you got to.
Well, making that last minute, I didn't realize how much that minute meant.
Oh, I know.
I'm a little disappointed.
So I had to take the donut and microwave it 33 seconds because it'll take listen, you microwave a donut that's been in the refrigerator for a couple days, even a Krispy Kremer that looks like it's literally that Steve Stamkos is going to shoot it for a power play. It's so hard that if you put it in the microwave, now depending on if it's a day old, you're looking at about 15 to 20 seconds. But if it's past a day, you got to be like 31, 32, 33 seconds. But it will completely revive a 2-day-old donut and so that it's soft and ready to go. So I see that somebody's in the bathroom. So Dan, let me have like 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So I go put my donut in, program it for 33 seconds, go to get to the bathroom. Dan, of course, is putting away his he's got his big penis out.
Well, I'm disappointed that he doesn't go and pee with me and Seth outside.
Like he used to?
Yeah.
Yeah, now
It takes too much time. I don't have the time. If I do that, I run out of time.
You and Seth literally go outside and pee? Like
Seth's got his spot.
They used to all cross swords out
For
there.
real?
Yeah, he's got a spot by the merch trailer.
I don't think I've peed inside here since I've been back.
And that's so good for the environment, too.
It is.
It is.
I mean, you know what,
grass growing.
Seth, I want to let you know, you're probably saving me a nickel a flush. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean,
you pee 3-4 times, 15, 20 cents a day.
Yeah.
My Lord, my friend, appreciate the water consumption.
Yeah, he's watering a plant over there. And Dan used to come out there all the time with us, and we'd have a little conversation.
Like a little sword deal?
Yeah,
they
now
all check each other
kind
out.
of left us.
So now it's
Next
just
time I'll join.
Now where do you pee? Where's your outside peeing place?
Me by my truck.
Well, you just go out there.
Yeah, I go to the front of it and I kind of just stare at Seth from the back. And
Brent Richard, 25 for the PayPal. Thank you very much. What do you like? Mean mug him?
No, because his back's turned. Yeah, we've talked sometimes.
Like we shout across the parking lot, like our backs are to each other across the parking lot.
So you kind of like over the shoulder talk.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, how's it doing over there? Good. Is it small? Yeah.
Get that plant going.
Well, no, it's actually like Lumby's like, hey, I'm working on that Tampa Tarpons interview, and I'm like, oh, is it George Lombard Jr.? He's like, well, the Yankees are finding out right now. Like we're really
doing
conducting
business
stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
And kind of we used to do that with Dr. Dan.
Yeah, well, you and I used to be like Ghostbusters. Get those streams together and make it a super stream.
Ghostbusters. Well, Dan, if you start peeing outside, then that means you're never in my bathroom.
That's right.
You're always in my bathroom.
He is.
I'll just pee in the fence, the gate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Towards the street.
Plus, I mean, I'm sure the people, you're going to say you're going to pee facing our neighbors with your penis between the gate rungs.
Yeah, I could fit it between the rungs.
Yeah, the secretary misses them.
The secretary looks across the street. She sees this snuffleupagus.
Babyface said to be careful out there because we could catch a charge if somebody sees it.
For real?
He said if somebody sees our wiener, that we could be in trouble.
For sure. Nobody, you can't see the wiener from. I mean, you might be able to see Dan's wiener from the front parking lot.
Brian did not break it down by girth, length, or size. He just said that be careful if somebody sees that, you're screwed.
I'll take that charge. Bubba the Love Sponge is arrested because his employees are peeing in the front parking lot, and a school bus went by, and 3 kids saw them.
Conserving water.
You're not going to jail in that scenario. It's the pee-peer. You are.
No. They'll figure out a way to put Bubba in jail.
They're going to figure out a way to.
None of you guys will go to jail.
Right, just
You'll turn state's evidence on him.
Wait a second, Jay. Just clarify this for me, because I'm really not sure the answer to this. So if you're in your backyard and you're laying naked by the pool and someone sees you, you could be in trouble?
For sure.
In your own backyard?
If you know someone has a direct line of sight, you can't do that. You can't walk around your front yard, your backyard, just naked.
No, what if you have like a fence or a wall?
That's a different scenario. You're talking about an 8-foot fence or a 6-foot fence, and you're naked in your backyard, you're probably fine.
What if the kid climbs
But if
up?
you have like a 2nd-story home next door that looks over your thing, and you're aware that there's kids out there, and you're giving them a turkey moon as you're cleaning your pool.
Dan, here's official ruling. If you are nude by your pool in the general sidewalk area of your pool, and you're laying down, because then the hedges will completely cover you. You just can't go up on, you can't go on the balcony of the carriage house out there just with your full feet.
Okay, up like on the 2nd floor elevated.
No. But if you want to lay with your ween hanging, lay by your pool and you're beneath the hedges, no problem. But don't stand up, and start doing a helicopter deal above the hedges.
That should change Dan's whole plans when his family goes to Colombia.
So if you have could you be naked in your like a window that's visible by the street and be in trouble?
No. Yes, you get away trouble. Dan, when are you? Hey Bubba, if you get caught in your car with your thing in your hand, are you going to get in trouble?
I'm not talking about that.
Every one of those scenarios was like blatantly obvious.
By the way,
it's a case-by-case basis. It depends how blatant
especially coming from a guy that's supposed to be an attorney.
He's double Dr. Dan. I mean, it's unbelievable. Yeah, Dan.
Yeah, Dan.
Use common sense.
I'm glad you guys are finally talking about the topics that matter. Like, this is what I'm looking for in my next president. Someone's going to loosen up these rules where I can pee in my backyard and not get charged.
Do you know how cool? But hold on. Do you know how cool it would be if we had a president that was? Listen, he's probably neither one of those guys, but somebody that we don't know of that's president, and he ends up being the president, and the reports come back. President such and such was caught back of the Rose Garden peeing in the bushes. I would be like, yeah, about time we got a regular dude in there.
President Biden used to swim naked. I heard another one used to swim in the Potomac every morning naked at 5 in the morning.
John Quincy Adams.
Yeah, John Quincy Adams. There's been a lot of real weird guys that have been president.
Let's not forget, man, John F. Kennedy had 2, and let's see, and like this would fly
sisters
in today's world. He had 2 sisters. They were called Frick and Frack.
No.
Yeah.
No, hold on. This is a true story.
Yes, it is.
There were 2 interns. They were sisters. They were 18. They were either 18 or 19.
I'm going on Snopes right now.
Me too.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, go on it.
And go ahead, and I'll drop the goddamn microphone on you.
Why is Levy trying to face me so hard? Did he give you this advice in the store yesterday when you were crying for help?
Wait, hold on. I wasn't coming at you. I was coming at Jay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I felt strong.
Listen to me.
No, it was Jay.
Listen to me. Think about this in today's world. And the news media knew about it, but they just had a certain amount of decorum where you just didn't screw with the president, even though he was a shady bastard doing some shady things. But there was a well-known, the Secret Service knew about it, the White House staff knew about it, and there was 2 girls that worked as interns, and they were 18 or 19, and they were called Frick and Frack. They might have been twins or something, and he would go down to the White House pool and blast the hell out of them a couple times a week.
Who is this, Larry Bird?
Now, not Larry Bird. now, look that up and see if I'm right.
Look up if JFK banged down Frick and Frack.
Put John F. Kennedy, Frick and Frack. Just put that.
No, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of things that seem to verify it. And then I also see Frick and Frack were a comedic ice skating duo of Swiss skaters who went to the United States.
That's probably a different one.
No, I see there's actually a ton of stuff on it.
Yeah.
Like 9 things JFK
So it says here
did.
Frick and Frack were the code names for 2 of the secretaries.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Some young interns that became secretaries.
Right.
Yeah,
And
Mimi Alford and another one.
Yep.
And Frick and Frack, and he would tell,
For sure, you're right.
He would tell Secret Service, go get Frick and Frack, have him get all bathed and suited up, and be down in the presidential pool. That's when his wife, Jackie O, was Jacqueline Kennedy at the time, was out traveling and doing her first lady stuff.
Are you comparing this to peeing in your backyard?
No, I'm comparing it to, think about if a president right now had these charges on him.
I don't think a president's getting charged. I think a president probably peed outside many times. I'm sure Joe Biden,
I'm talking about
the world is
he pees in his diapers.
Also, Shannon Burke said they were also called Fiddle and Faddle.
Right. See, Shannon Burke knows.
Yep.
And
But he may be right better on the names.
And JFK actually was like, I think went on record by saying if he doesn't have sex every day, preferably with somebody besides his wife, he would get a migraine. He would have to blast
It's a medical condition. You gotta,
And Kennedy was known for routinely skinny dipping with Fiddle and Faddle or Frick and Frack.
It's Fiddle and Faddle. I think you got the names a little bit off, but it's definitely.
So, I'm telling you, I'm right.
I don't go
So think about right now. So think about this. Trump got busted for blasting a chick and paying her $130. That's it.
That's not even illegal.
But
he wasn't doing it in the White House.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm agreeing with you.
So you blasted a chick. Your boys paid her $130. There's a big whodunit in that, but you did it. Whatever, big deal. But we have history and instances where the president of the United States has done inappropriate stuff at the White House. Monica Lewinsky.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Fiddle and Faddle. There's been all types of stuff that's gone down.
Marilyn Monroe.
And then nobody got busted.
You don't think George W. Bush was clapping cheeks?
No.
No.
Nor was Ronald Reagan.
Ronnie wasn't getting any ass.
And I don't think Nixon was either, or Gerald Ford.
Hold on, let's go.
think you're right.
Let's go through the who got ass in the White House.
All Dems.
Okay, well, not necessarily.
I think he may be onto something.
Okay, we'll start with JFK. We obviously know. Now, then we go to
Johnson.
With
the big Johnson,
and he had a bit. He was blasting bitches. And then you went to Nixon. I think Nixon was too uptight to blast bitches.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
he wasn't a very handsome guy.
I don't want to blast you. You know what I'm saying? I got to worry about China. I got to worry about China and Japan and Vietnam and everything like that. So then you go to Gerald Ford, and Gerald, God bless his little soul, but he wasn't quite the sharpest knife in the drawer. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He was also, I think, the head of the head of the Warren Commission, which was the commission that investigated the JFK assassination.
Right.
Well, the problem with LBJ, he named his penis Jumbo.
Yeah,
and he liked to show it off a lot.
How do we know this about presidents, man?
Because
they gotta kill these guys before they start telling their secrets.
I'm just saying, lover. We.
I don't want to know.
Charles Shekel loaned me $20 for from Fleetness.
He liked to take a poop and pee while
on the
people,
phone.
and people.
He actually had a phone installed. Lyndon Johnson had a phone installed in the bathroom because he liked to poop and pee a lot, like me. And so he would do business. He'd be on the phone with some foreign leaders. He'd be like, "Yeah, I think we should move the border about 10 feet."
What's that echo?
There was just a Zoom call the other day of a guy that got caught doing a Zoom meeting on the toilet.
Big E 7375, $100.
Man, $100
that right?
from Big E. Thank you so very much. So then you go to Jimmy Carter. Man, Jimmy Carter wasn't getting any. I mean, he wasn't getting any ass.
Wait, did you say Gerald Ford?
Yeah, Gerald Ford wasn't getting any ass.
He was.
He was?
He was.
Looks like
Hold on.
J. Edgar Hoover
really?
tried to blackmail him. He was screwing a spy.
Really?
Yes.
And so think about that in today's world.
I love that. Let me scandal the presidential
and
erotica.
How scandalous would it be right now if the president was screwing a spy?
Well, Swalwell did it, and no one cared.
That's true.
He was a president, though.
I know.
He was screwing a East German spy.
Like Bridget Nielsen, I will beg you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. So then you go to Carter. Carter, hell, please. He wasn't getting any ass. He wasn't even getting anything from June Carter. And then you go to Rappin' Ronnie Reagan. You know what? Rappin' Ronnie Reagan might have been getting some of that ass. He was pretty smooth.
He and his
Pretty
wife were
old.
super tight, though, and they had that love affair.
Yeah.
And I don't think so.
I'm gonna
I'd be shocked.
And he was old, and they didn't have a lot of Viagra back then.
He'd have to split it up with his friends.
Now, Dan, Dan, do they sometimes have, like if you're the president,
Right?
do they got some stuff that they can whip up on you that's not even available to the public?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, Biden's been on it all year.
Yeah. All right, so then you go to George Herbert, and he was just never read my lips, no new town. I mean, he wasn't getting any.
George H.W. Yeah.
But he was with Barbara, and if there was anybody to cheat on, it's that old bag, right?
Oh, I know.
There's a big there's a big thing that he had a mistress for decades.
He needed one, poor guy. That's one
That's
guy.
almost believable.
That's one
Jennifer
guy.
Fitzgerald is her name.
That's one guy you give a pass to.
Yes, I
He's
give
like,
him a pass.
He get my fellow Americans. I just want to let you know this is what my wife looks like. Look,
How old was
she looks
Bush?
like 100. I'm only 71, but she looks 150.
She looked 100 when she was 40.
She
Right,
did.
she did.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
So I'm with this other girl. She's a little bit younger. Well, nobody needs to know. I give him a pass.
Did she make him look older? Like, was he?
I think she might be the ugliest first lady we've ever had.
Wow.
That or can't
No,
say.
no, for real.
Yeah,
No.
Someone's gonna say Michelle Obama's a man.
No, Michelle Obama.
Mike?
When she early on.
When she was taking sugar out of schools?
If we were to be
She was taking what?
Sugar out of schools.
if we were to be intellectually honest, early on, Michelle Obama and Hillary were don't jump ahead of me here, were kind of cute.
Okay, I'll give you Hillary. I won't give you Michelle.
I'll give you.
Yeah, I can't co-sign with Big Mike. Sorry.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I'll give you Michelle. I can't give you Hillary.
But I will give you
I
this.
can't co-sign either.
Barbara Bush.
I'll tuck Michelle's for her. I don't care.
Barbara Bush. Take everybody is by far the most hideous looking first lady we've ever had.
All right, just give the old lady a chance. I mean, there was a lot of beauty products back then.
Then we had.
You got to go back to Abigail Adams to get worse than Barbara Bush.
Then you go to Bush 2. And I think him and his, I think he was just a country boy. I don't think he was really doing
They were pumping out lots
No,
of kids,
dude, you remember he was like getting DUIs and doing allegedly some other
Cocaine.
nasty, cocaine.
Yeah.
Exactly. You said
Why
it.
he owned the Rangers.
You don't think he was? She was a librarian and he was getting DUIs doing cocaine.
I just want to let you know, man, Brownie, you're doing a good job down here in New Orleans, even though every one of the levees broken and everything. You're doing a good job. Now watch
Big Red, $125.
How's that Dewey Decimal System working?
Now watch his drive.
George W. and Jerry Jones have definitely had a threesome together.
Then
Eiffel Tower.
And maybe match or smash.
all right, so I'm done. And of course, Melania.
So
I mean,
you've proven
beautiful.
Danny's theory wrong. All presidents have been dumb dirtbags.
Yeah, they all have.
Every one of them are narcissistic, bigger than life
There's
personalities.
It's almost like
there's
every
only-
politician is like that.
It's, oh my goodness.
There's only a couple of presidents, even presidents that we didn't think of, like George,
A guy should be able to take a swim naked without being called a pervert. And that's where the whole conversation started about us just being naked in our backyards.
I agree.
And then it turned into this whole sexual escapades thing. But I want to get back to brass tacks. What can we do in our backyard without getting arrested if we want to show off our ween?
Yeah, what can we do, Jay?
I think that
Not show off your ween.
All right.
Here's the deal: in your backyard, if it's got a 6-foot privacy fence, and you're laying down,
You making this up?
No, I think I'm kind of
If you
wading through it, and your child is not home and is not seeing your wiener, and the neighbors can't see your wiener, you're probably pretty okay. But if you don't have a privacy fence and you're out there parading your wiener around town, and anybody can see it at any time, they're going to immediately going to hem you up on kids could have seen your wiener.
Correct.
That's where they come with it.
If you know your neighbors have children that have second floor rooms that can access and see what you're doing, I mean, you're going to have some trouble.
Right.
If you have adults that live next door that don't care what's going on, it's a whole different deal.
That's why you Seth, you strategically put that gutter in between, the line of sight on that second floor of your neighbors, so you're peeing behind the gutter.
Jay, I just want to know,
or behind a trash barrel.
So could a mom call the police and say, "Hey, my neighbor's peeing in his backyard, and I might have seen what he was working with, but I was just wondering if you guys could come over and talk to him."
That would be a harder one. I mean,
okay.
That's
I think
so flashy. That's a flash.
If you could be seen from public property, then yes, you're probably in trouble. If you're being seen from other private property, it's a different situation.
Now Dan's an expert, Bubba.
Or if the mom calls and says, listen, my daughter, her bedroom faces my neighbor's backyard, and my backyard, he's always out there, parading around with his wiener. And my daughter has come to me on several different times, and he's still out there, wienering it up. I think they'd probably go talk to you at that point.
It's a case-by-case basis, and you're 100% right.
Right. They probably don't even arrest. They welcome and say, "Hey, listen."
I hope it's a nice cop that understands.
Mr. Kushner.
Yes,
I'll be the cop. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Kushner.
Hey,
how you doing, bud?
Great. I'm high.
Okay, but you have a card.
Yeah,
right?
you're damn right.
No problem.
Yeah,
I'm a cool cop, by the way.
Kids in the house, guns in the house.
Sure.
We're all good.
Good. You're good. You're not. You're on,
Kids, guns, and weed in the house.
Yeah.
You're all good, sir.
Thank you.
Listen, the only thing I'm a little concerned about, and I'm sure we can fix it, is your neighbor next door. They have a 2-story, and their daughter's back bedroom is that window right there. And she says the woman called and said that occasionally you're out here with your penis.
Yes.
Peeing and doing various sort of things with your penis.
Well, I don't like to have tan lines on my beanbag, so
I understand that, but unfortunately, Mr. Kushner, the kid has seen it a few times, and so I'm going to have to put you on notice. I'm not going to do you're not in trouble or anything like that.
I appreciate that.
But just can you're not going to be able to have your penis
Officer,
out. Yeah.
Do you think maybe the kid should be in camp or something? Like, I mean, I respect your wishes, but what are we looking out a window all summer? I mean, like, come on.
Where's her parents?
Mr. Kushner, I would probably suggest that you go talk to her parents, ask her when potentially she may be gone for the summer, and then you can maybe get back to your penis games at that
I'll
time.
stick to just peeing in the shower for the time being, officer, but I appreciate you being cool with me.
Okay, I appreciate you too, bud.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Another way to save water, right? In the shower.
But I watch some of these YouTube things, man, of people like that get arrested and they like won't give the cop their name and they're like being really, really, really tough to deal with, and it's like, and then once they're cuffed and they're in the back, they're like, "Oh, he's so sorry," and they're "I'm so sorry, I will comply, I'll tell you all the information." And I was watching this chick yesterday, and she was fighting them, and they had to put her in a hobbler, and she got pulled over for speeding. That's it. A white girl from like Port St. Lucie, and she got pulled over for speeding. Well, cop pulls her over. White cop, white girl. You know why I pulled you over? No, but I tell you right now, you could be out busting the bad guys that are like doing bad things. And she goes, "Ma'am, you were 25 mile an hour over the speed limit, which is borderline reckless driving. But listen, that's not a big deal. If you can just give me your license and your registration and your proof of insurance, I can get you right. I can listen." The guy even said, She's like, "I'm in a hurry." She was a hair salon girl, so you automatically know hair. I mean, we all are familiar. I hope no hair salons people are mad at me, but we all know hair salon girl, don't we? Like, hair salon girls
Mustang Sally does hair.
I know, but hair salon girl usually is a little different than, let's say,
they're bubbly.
Dan's Jennifer that runs the office. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, what do you mean, Bubba? Like they're like therapists. Like they have good personalities.
They're a little snippy. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
They've got to deal with people talking about the numbest chatter all day, every day.
She says, "I'm late for my. I work at a beauty salon, and salon by whatever, and I need. That's why I was speeding, and I need to get there as fast as I can." And so the cop was so cool. He's like, "Listen, if you can get me your license and your registration and your proof of insurance, I can get you out of here in 5 minutes, ma'am. And I'm not looking to write you a ticket. I'm just going to write you a warning. I appreciate you. I appreciate you being honest with me." And so now at that point, aren't you Johnny Cool Guy? If the officer says to you, "Hey, if you can give me your information, I'm going to get you down the road as fast as I can, and I'm not going to give you a ticket. I'm going to give you a warning because I appreciate you." At that point, aren't you like? I mean, aren't you just super
Or don't you think
cool?
it's a trick, Bubba, if you're a little messed up on something?
No, but this guy wasn't trying to be. So she's like, "I'll tell you right now, you had no reason to pull me over. Like, you need to really start, there's really bad people out there doing murdering and touching kids and everything. I don't know why you pulled me over." It's like, bitch, he already told you you're going to be good. He's like, "Ma'am, again, I'm not giving you my driver's license."
Is that this video?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She's like, no, that's not this video. "I'm not giving you my driver's license. I'm traveling. I need my lawyer. I need your badge number. I need your supervisor." I'm like,
entitled.
Bitch, he told you he's riding you. If this was my girlfriend and I watched it, I would beat her when she came home.
Are you doing a reenactment or are you going to play the audio?
This isn't the audio, but Sunny Days, $150.
Oh, my God.
Wants to know, Jay, is she allowed to lay topless out in the backyard?
A female laying topless in the backyard, same kind of rule, probably fine.
But would you not agree, Jay, that society doesn't demonize the girl laying out topless as much as they do the guy with his ween hanging out?
Correct.
Society just looks at that guy. Wieners are a little
Wiener
bit.
means you're a felon and that you all of a sudden want to use it on a kid.
It's real. It's got a creepier connotation than boobs.
A guy's wiener laying to the side of his leg, like the way Dan lays. Again, you're not going to be hard, but you're going to be laying to the side, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been with a woman that's seen your disgusting pale penis before and walked out? I have.
No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's never happened to me.
Yeah.
So, Florida statute 800.03, exposure of sexual organs. It is unlawful to expose or exhibit one's sexual organs in public or in the private premises of another, or so near thereto as to be seen from such private premises in a vulgar or indecent manner,
So there
or
you
to
go.
be naked in public, except for as provided for that purpose.
Which I
does
said
not
in-
include breastfeeding.
Which I said all that. It's perfect.
But no, what it says is that it's not illegal to pee outside.
It's not what it says because there's a whole other statute for that. There's a whole other statute for urinating outside.
Yeah, Dan.
Wrong. So
And
again,
Dan,
to answer
or
her
indecent
question,
member.
you can lay out in the back of your yard with your top off as long as you're not doing it in a sexual manner,
Yeah.
exposing
Yes.
yourself to
Yes.
children. Now, if she's the same thing and she takes her bottoms off and she's doing, the OBGYN spread eagle, as the kids are getting ready for school, that's a problem.
Right.
I'm talking about in between. I'm
Dan,
talking
we
about
just said the
laying
same
buck
thing.
naked in your
Case
backyard.
by case basis. That's not sex. You don't.
Dan,
Wrong.
you can lay buck naked. I'll just come breastfeed off of you next time.
Then you're perfect.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
It's a different category. See you guys.
See you, man.
See you, Dan.
I need these fucking kids staring out the window. That's the real problem with America.
They should be in summer camp.
Exactly.
Sorry.
What bad parenting.
That's what that's what I told the cop. The root of the problem isn't how I like to urinate. The root of the problem is that kids need to be busy, so they don't watch adults urinate during summer.
That's right.
Dan hates being wrong so much he pulls up the statute. It's so
Dan's gonna fucking take his pants off as soon as he fucking hits his driveway today.
Dan's really high strung today.
Well, no, his pool's in a perfect place where nobody can see.
I mean, who's Eric?
15 neighbors we can look at.
Oh, can they?
Yeah.
I thought it was like in the middle, like it was blocked.
Who's Eric? Here he is. He
I guess he's got a little shrub that makes away half of it.
Eric,
I would not advise him.
is that Big E?
Me too.
Eric Harry?
Big Red with 125 on the
The Big Red?
Nice. What up, Big Red?
The Big Red.
on the Cash App.
Our Big Red got a fucking Caitlin Clark auto the other day.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Where?
Just in a card break. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
What are those going for?
I mean, the one he got's probably Probably get 300 or 400, maybe more.
Really?
Really? Yeah.
Already? With Daniel Rose, didn't he get a real fucking hot card?
Did he get a Caitlin Clark card?
No.
Yeah, he did get some Caitlin Clark.
No, but like, he got like an $800 card with a breakout that Rose had.
Oh, did he?
Or was it you and
Theoretically,
Babyface?
I haven't hit anything to speak of in a while.
You think like 20 years it'd be worth probably a couple grand.
Not since Airtight sent me that Bowman.
What is it? Caleb Williams going for anything right now?
He doesn't have any cards out yet, but I'm saving up. I'm gonna buy a lot of his shit.
Daniel Rose got.
How about Stamkos?
His cards or his contract?
His contract.
I mean, they already.
You're hearing nothing about it.
I don't think he's coming back.
God dang it, Seth. That's bad.
I know, man. He's the only fucking last thing I care about that organization.
I mean,
well, him and Vazzy. I like him, Vazzy, Point, and Cooch.
Vazzy's fine. Wait till I release the audio one day of Vazzy fucking so pissed off because he had to do an interview with me. He goes, I can't believe I gotta fucking do this.
What I mean, cheap is like.
So you were there on behalf of the Lightning for the Jerk, doing an interview that they scheduled, that was approved by them.
That he had canceled 3 times.
And then
he walks in and he goes, I can't fucking believe you're making me do this. And I go, hey man, I was like, we don't have to do this. I was like, it's cool. He's like, no, it's fine. So that's how he started. I was already nervous to interview him, and then it's the tone of like, I don't want to be here, so.
Did you ever see the Sterling Sharp shit with me?
No.
That was tough in the beginning.
Oh my God. So me and Tony Manrich are going to start doing this pass Packer shit. Well, it just didn't take off just because, I didn't have you help me doing it. So Tony goes, hey, I can get it. Well, we have Favre on earlier, but it's not me and Tony. Lummy scores me Favre through some concussion doctor.
Right.
And he's super cool. And then like the week after he's on our show, that university shit hits.
Oh, did it? Oh, okay.
So I get a hold. So we get to Tony Manrich on the phone. Me and Tony become friends. We start talking. We're like, hey, let's do some Packer shit. He goes, okay. He goes, hey, listen. The first guest I'm gonna get was when I first got there and thought I was all that and held out and shit. He was the one fucking veteran that stuck up for me, but he's a hard ass and he doesn't do interviews. And it's Sterling Sharp. Okay, so we're like, fuck, that's great. So we get in. I got Sterling on the Zoom, me on the Zoom, and Tony on the Zoom. And Sterling opened up by saying, hey, Tony, and I opened up saying, hey, we got one of the greatest Packer wide receivers of all time, blah, 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 brother of a home, blah, blah, blah. And Sterling Sharp goes, I don't know why you all called me because I hate doing interviews. I don't do interviews. I don't like football. I don't like talking about football. I don't watch football. Unless we're talking about golfing, which is what I care about, we don't have anything to say. And that's how we opened the interview up. And I'm like,
that's pretty good, though. That's pretty good.
You pulled it up.
And I'm like,
that first 5 minutes was tough.
That's juicy, though. He's giving you some good
heat, straight heat.
Did we make a short out of that?
No, 6 to 9 months.
We should. And then give it to his brother Shay Shay. Let me have it.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
Lummy, we ought to dig that up for Seth. That Sterling Sharp deal. Oh my God, Seth.
It was very uncomfortable.
So Seth, all I did at that point is I just turned it around on him and said, hey, I'm sorry that people find it interesting on some of the philanthropic things that you've done. After your first year, you came back to your hometown in South Carolina and started up a medical clinic for underprivileged kids. I'm sorry that I, want people to know that, and that you're not only a football player, but you're also just an overall good dude.
Did he suck that bait down?
Yeah. Well, then he kind of reset.
Yeah.
And there you go. And then I was like, hey, let's talk about that bomb that Favre threw you in Detroit back in whatever year it was.
I sent you the clip, the video.
Is he mad at football because he had the injuries and all that?
I think he's mad at football because, one, he had the injuries, and two, he does have Hall of Fame numbers.
Mm-hmm.
He does have numbers comparable to like Chris Carter.
He just didn't play long enough, right?
You're talking about Sterling Sharp, right?
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think the listeners know who you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about Sterling Sharp, former Packer, and me and Tony Mandrich. We're going to do this thing called Past Packer Podcast. And so Tony picks Sterling, who was on Tony's team when he got there. And I've never been so uncomfortable ever on the start of an interview with a guy basically telling me he doesn't want to be here and he hates talking and I like from so let me is it before this or when is it?
To all of these men,
No, it's like right
And I
in the
thought it
beginning.
was like, oh my God, I had this guy all wrong.
2000 and what year did they win the Super Bowl?
No, I think you know what? I think we cut it out.
Did we?
I think we cut it.
You asked me to cut it out.
Yeah,
I remember now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I thank you for cutting it out. Rhett might be able to find it. I doubt it.
Make that a standalone piece.
Well, because right now we're watching it, and it was uncomfortable.
Oh, it was, Seth.
Should
It was
make
so
that a
uncomfortable.
standalone.
I love it, Bubba.
He was like, I'm telling you right now, if you want to talk about football, I'm not your guy. If you want to talk about me golfing yesterday, that's all I care about is golf. But if you're going to have me talk about this and that play and this player and that, I am your wrong guy. I hate it. I don't watch the game. I don't like the game. I don't like anything to do with it.
Yeah,
but it turned into a really good interview toward the end.
We should get this up and running again around football season.
Yeah, we probably should. But we turned it around and it ended up being pretty good. So let me think.
Hour and 4 minutes.
Thank you for finding that for me.
Oh, that's right. But I do have Brett Favre. He said he'd come on before. I reached out to him recently.
Recently?
Yeah, he said he would come on
back
before.
on?
Yeah, he really enjoyed the last two.
He's a great interviewer. When you do his interview, it's great.
Oh, he is great. You know who also I like to retry? Mark Cuban. But I know he's in a little bit of a pickle right now.
What, getting ready to win a championship potentially?
No, he's down. Isn't he down?
0-1?
Just started.
Yeah,
first game of the series.
He's down 0-1, but
good time to get him.
Boston, they're tough, man. Like
Yeah.
last night wasn't even a game, or 2 nights ago.
No, they're going to win it in 5 or 6.
Yeah. God bless Dallas for being some new blood on the West, but I mean, please.
Well, I mean, just Porzingis just played for all these teams. So I mean, and then Kyrie played for the Celtics. So there's some storylines there. I hope the Mavericks make it a good series, but if not, the Celtics have been knocking at the door for a long time now. So if it's their time, it is.
The Celtics coach remember the guy Lummy that was the guy from Butler, and he went on to be.
Brad Stevens.
Is it the same dude?
He is the GM, I believe now.
Oh, okay. So he went up to the GM. So
he got promoted. Yeah,
that's very rare.
It's a Joe,
especially as volatile as the NBA.
Joe Mazzulo's their coach.
Yeah,
very rare. I mean, the NBA is about as volatile as it gets. If you don't win, you're out. And if you did so well that you got, that's probably pretty rare that a coach. I think Larry Bird did it. Larry Bird went from president of the Pacers to coach to back to president. I think so.
Pretty good.
So Eric Heary, Lummy, 25 on the PayPal. Thank you very much. What is this? This is Matt. This Matt Getz from Florida.
Matt Gates.
Yeah, from I think Pensacola
and
area.
Who's he gymming on?
Shoot.
To allege that the Department of Justice is communicating with these state and local prosecutors.
Again,
Christopher Wray, the FBI director.
Okay, but here's the deal.
No.
It's all these meetings again.
No.
All these meetings and nothing is happening.
It's Fort Walton Beach too. So.
And it's just so that Matt Getz can have that viral soundbite that makes him more popular. And it's like nothing. Here's one of these Justice Department oversight that's going to end nowhere. He's going to throw all kinds of stuff out there that you should be really mad about, but nothing's going to happen.
Prosecutions against Trump. You can clear it all up for us right now. Will the Department of Justice provide to the committee all documents, all correspondence between the department and Alvin Bragg's office and Fonnie Willis's office and Letitia James's office?
Merrick Garland.
The offices you're referring to are independent offices of state.
I get that. The question is whether or not you will provide all of your documents and correspondence. That's the question. I don't need a history lesson.
Well,
nice.
I'm going to say again, we do not control those offices.
He looks like a big-headed baby face. Is he not?
They make their
The question
own
is whether you
decisions.
communicate with them, not whether you control them. Do you communicate with them, and will you provide those
If you
communications?
make a request, we'll refer it to our Office of Legislative
But see,
Affairs.
here's the
Try to make a request to see anything FBI related, and they don't even have to tell you why. It just says denied.
You come in here and you lodge this attack that it's a conspiracy theory that there is coordinated lawfare against Trump. And then when we say, fine, just give us the documents, give us the correspondence, and then if it's a conspiracy theory, that will be evident. But when you say, well, we'll take your request, and then we'll sort of work it through the DOJ's accommodation process, then you're actually advancing the very dangerous conspiracy theory.
Which just goes to show you that if a congressman that represents the 1st District of Florida, but he's a congressman, he's one of the 500 and I forget how many there are, but he's a congressman, and if he requests a certain amount of document and he can't get it, the average guy, the average beat writer, Christopher Spada from the St. Pete Times, he ain't getting it.
You think
Bubba Clem ain't getting it?
You think Matt Gaetz sex with Lauren Bobart?
Oh, I'd be hot.
Oh, I'm sure they would.
Theory that you're concerned about. Now, you were a judge, once nominated the highest court in our country. When you were a judge, I'm just curious, did you...
this guy came from he was a United States Supreme Court?
He didn't, but they didn't approve him. A lot of people think
he was
he's
nominated,
very
but
bitter.
he wasn't affirmed.
Correct.
ever make political donations to partisan candidates?
No.
No, and you didn't because that would create the potential appearance of impropriety.
I didn't because there's a federal rule barring federal judges from making contributions.
Right, but under that same theory of attacks on the judicial process, like, shouldn't someone be owed like a jury of their peers and a judge that's non-biased rather than getting a judge from your political opponent's donor file?
I'm well aware that you're not asking a hypothetical. You're asking me to comment on a jury verdict in another jurisdiction which has to be respected. I won't comment on it. That case is...
Jay, when you are an attorney general, and prior to that, a federal judge, and prior to that, a Supreme Court nominee, are you pretty much a slinging D when it comes to knowing the law? Or have you just sucked enough of the right D and glad-handed yourself with the right people to get you that those type of very very kick-ass titles?
He is a big swinging D, and he knows more about anything, and that's why his deceitful, non-responsive answers really affirm why it was a great thing that he was not a Supreme Court justice. Because look at the way he perverts the law and the facts. He knows what a correspondence is. He's trying to be cute. We want the correspondence between all the federal alphabet soups and this state.
And so this is the last guy in the world you're going to get in a trick bag.
You're never going to trick him.
Because he's just so smart on the process and the game that you're playing, right? And he's played the game on the highest level.
Yep.
And so you're not going to trick bag this guy. So it gets.
He's doing a heck of a job trying.
I know. I step in and say, Mr. Getz, I'm with you on this, dude. But come on, buddy. He's a federal judge with a Supreme Court kicker. Just leave him alone. You're not going to get Merrick on anything.
Yeah. Do you remember when Obama was president and I said, you used to call me Joe Obama because you like the way I talk, a skilled set or, a skilled orator. He used to say things in a room. They'd ask him a question and he'd provide a 10-minute answer that was non-responsive and everyone would be like, man, that was amazing. That was like incredible. And it's like that level of legal knowledge and the ability to present something that you're never going to get a Matlock moment with Merrick Garland. It's never happening.
Yeah, you're not going to get him. You're just not. He knows the game.
It's never happening.
He knows the game.
Still ongoing.
And you know what he's going to do more than anything? Is he's not going to talk too much. He's going to shut up and let you try to bury him. He's just going to sit there. No, you ain't got to say nothing.
Can you have hair like Matt Gaetz and not be an evil guy?
He does look like bad guy hair. Doesn't he have bad guy hair?
Well, I mean, he's furrowing his brow. He's got bad guy hair. The bad guy hair is really the thing that sends me a signal. And I don't know why, Bubba, but it's like a guy with a tattoo on his neck. When I visited Domino's the other day, got great, 5 pizzas for $37.
Mr. Attorney General, I hadn't asked you about
I got bad guy here. I can ask any question I
the
want.
verdict yet. We were getting there. I was talking about the judge. And so let me ask you this question about your time as a judge. Was there ever a time when you were a judge when you had a family member who was personally profiting off of the notoriety of a case that was before your court?
Look, I'm going to say again, it's very clear you're asking me to comment on a case in another jurisdiction.
No, wait, hold on, Mr. Attorney General. Did you ever have a family member profit off of the notoriety of any case that you sat over?
Say again, you're asking
yes or no?
You're asking me to comment on a case currently.
Well, it seems you're
before
connecting the
another
dots, Mr. Attorney General. I'm just asking you as to a general principle, but you are aware that Judge Merchan's daughter was profiting off of this prosecution. You are aware that that creates the appearance of impropriety. You know the very reason there's a federal rule against judges giving
I really think Getch is pretty smooth.
donations is because it is the very attack on the judicial process that we're concerned about.
I'm sorry, I don't agree with anything you just said, but I'm not going to comment on it.
Okay, so you won't comment.
You're not gonna get seasoned Garland on anything. You're not gonna get seasoned Garland on anything.
Yeah, he's not getting flapped up like the FBI guy.
No, he's not. The FBI guy is such a rookie compared to the seasoned veteran.
And he's pretty good, Christopher Ray, not answering questions.
And here's the deal, man. When you are a federal judge and you are a Supreme Court nominee, but you are a federal judge on that highest level, man, you are a slinging D.
He knows the law.
Oh.
He knows the game. He knows the politics.
He'll take your answers and re-shove them up your ass.
He sure will.
He just basically said, I don't agree with anything that you said.
And everything he said was factual.
On it, Mr. Attorney General, but you had no problem dispatching Matthew Colangelo. Who's Matthew Colangelo?
That is false. I did not dispatch Matthew Colangelo.
Matthew
That's
Colangelo became the Assistant Attorney General at the very beginning of the Biden administration. Without having been Senate confirmed, goes and gets this senior role at the DOJ.
Yep.
And then after, I believe it's Gupta replaces Colangelo, Colangelo makes this remarkable downstream career journey from the U.S. Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., and then pops up in Alvin Bragg's office to go get Trump. And you're saying that's just a career choice that was made that has nothing to do with the lawfare coordinated by the DOJ.
saying it's false.
That's a pretty heavy allegation.
Do you know what it is? No, Bubba, that would be me.
It'd be like you leaving your firm to go work for the ticket clinic.
It would be me working for be third in the nation, the highest judicial officer, third in the nation, and then go work for Andrew Warren.
No, it would be like you saying, I'm not going to be in charge. I'm not going to be the senior. I'm not going to be the founding and owning partner of Diaco Law anymore. I'm going to go work for the ticket clinic.
I know exactly what you're saying, and that's exactly, if you think about it like that. You know, if I had...
You're second in charge of the Attorney General's office, and you're going to downstream yourself to go work for a local Allen Bragg kicker in New York City. Right?
Right. And he's trying to give him an opportunity to say, this is not federal intrusion in the state process. This is not the perversion of the justice system. Please answer the question and give the American public the confidence they need in the justice system. And what does he say? You've got it all wrong.
I did not dispatch Mr. Colangelo anywhere.
He uses the same words.
Do you know how he ended up there?
I assume he spoke.
How did he end up at the ticket clinic?
He applied for a job there and got the job.
But see, you know what?
I tell you, I had nothing to do with it.
Well, you might not have had anything to do with it, but we've got this contemporaneous evidence in Mr. Pomerantz's book. So Pomerantz writes this book, which I'm sure you're aware of, where he says, we put together the legal eagles.
Now, let me ask you a question before I go to words, Jay. In order for Getz to be up to speed on even a book, that a guy wrote, or all this, he doesn't do all that himself. He has, clerks,
a staff
that he meets with, and they spoon feed him what he needs, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because you wouldn't have time to read a book and do all that kind of stuff if you're,
to get Trump.
How big are these how big are senators and Congress people's staffs? 3, 4, 5 people?
Probably 5 to 10, depending on the size of the state and if it's a senator versus a congressman.
And the tenure of how long they've been there.
And if you're on any subcommittees.
Now, are there assistants like up and coming legal like law students?
Of course.
Would it be uncommon for a Bella to get out of law school and go clerk for a congressperson?
No, I actually have a cousin who's in that kind of process and deciding whether to go to a great state school in Pennsylvania or go to Stanford in California. And I said the
my uncle wanted me to say, stay in Pennsylvania. And I said, if you want to be in government, go do the Stanford, you go do the Cornells, you go do that, and you will go right into the State Department. You'll end up working for somebody like that.
You're a clerk, right?
Yep, you will end up working within
and
an office.
And you're a lawyer, and you write all their briefs and find all their information. It's kind of like Suits, right?
Yeah, exactly. You work for Merrick Garland. Whoever works for Merrick Garland has a rubber stamp that says you can work anywhere in the United States.
We got all these folks together and we assembled them for that purpose. And so when we on the Judiciary Committee think about attacks on the judicial process, our concern is that the facts and the law aren't being followed. A target is acquired, here, Trump, and then you assemble the legal talent from DOJ, Mr. Pomerantz, and you bring...
And again, hold on. I got to go to words. And this get stuff is all great. And, you're not going to get Garland. But, like, other than the soundbite that we just played, and it makes Getz look great and this guy look not so good, or vice versa, however you want to interpret it. But, like, what happens? Nothing ever happens.
Nothing.
It's just aesthetics, right? I mean, it's just,
I think it is. I think it's aesthetics. I think it's just so Matt Gaetz can have his little soundbite that he throws back to Fort Walton Beach, and everybody, rolls with it, and that.
And it's a shame, because if there was an intellectually honest journalistic entity out there, they would look at that and decide that that's a non-responsive answer. He asked, very simple, do you have communications? And they spent 5 minutes pontificating, like Seth said, trying to get their sound bites. And the answer is, there must be documents. He refuses to give them.
When Operation Pigmentation rolls up into the parking lot, boys, this is how it goes down.
What do you guys want to say to the fans? They love seeing you pull up.
I love y'all.
You love the fans, Craig?
Yes, I love all the fans.
This is how
this kid scared me.
Operation Pigmentation pulls into the parking lot.
Sunglasses on.
I'd expect to see a third man.
Whoa! I wasn't expecting that.
So that's doing well too. It's doing really well.
Oh, I mean, anytime I post a video of those guys, it's crazy. People love it.
Yeah, it is. Well, let me when we come back. Did you see this woman here?
Oh yeah, the Spirit Airlines.
The Spirit Airlines, and she tries to turn it all around on the Spirit Airline guy, and it wasn't the Spirit. The Spirit Airline guy is just asking her questions, and she turns it all around.
Of course.
And how about the WNBA, man? That one girl from Chicago is being a real bitch, isn't she?
Well, they kind of a guy was kind of questioning her outside of the hotel.
But that happens to all athletes. It happens to us. Read chat.
Well, they're not used to it, Bubba. They just started getting, media actually covering them.
Give me a break. The WNBA should be kissing.
I thought they won equality.
They want equality as long as you're not white. I mean, how many? Let me ask you a question. When Larry Bird came into the NBA, did any of the black guys gang up against him and be like, man, this guy sucks, this guy's overhyped? No. They were like, man, this boy can play, and he's bringing a brand new set of eyeballs on our product. Him and Magic.
Bubba, I know this is going to be hard for people to believe, because I've seen the comments over the last week about we don't need a woman vice president, we don't need a woman president. But I do believe, Bubba, that if women weren't so petty and didn't spend their whole existence hating each other, that they could have gotten together and taken over the world by now, and possibly made it a better place.
If women would stop being so insecure and petty to their fellow woman.
They got all the power.
You guys are your own. Look in the mirror. That's who you should blame for glass ceilings. Is yourself. I mean, it's happening in the WNBA now. A woman comes in. She's selling out stadiums. Her and Alex Stein are the reason why you're flying private. And all you want to do is hate on the bitch and hard foul her? Idiots.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
We told her at Garcia's Apple Watch was pinging from inside of her house. This happened. It was coming from your house. Stop! I told you. If you don't want to go, just here with me. She yanks the ID right off my neck and then claims that I hit her.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Video.
1, 2, 3.
We told her it.
I don't even know what I think of vaccines now. But I was not against.
Apple Watch is pinging from we told.
Show flew by.
You too, Bulldog Tommy. No, yeah, no. It's very much. Janessa Satoshi, 73 months. What's up, Velocity? That's cool about the 8th there, buddy.
You got a Blase, it's doing good, man.
Oh, yeah, Rainy. What's up, Rudy?
Oh, happy birthday, Blase. See you, Zolt.
Yeah, happy birthday, Bossy.
Happy birthday, Bossy.
What up, Kostika? Well, what up, Kostika? How? I mean, it's really hard to know when people's birthdays are. What's up, Grouper? But nothing's worse than wishing somebody a belated birthday. They don't give a fuck. What up, Tina? Good morning. Hope you have a good weekend. Congrats on the graduation. What up, Chris? What it do, big buck?
Let me did that. Is there a latest? I got a feed. It said the Las Vegas Ace player grabbed Caitlin Clark by the throat and pushed her to the floor.
Yes.
It happened 23 hours ago. Will you look for it?
Yes, sir.
This is a white.
one download at a time. BubbaArmyHQ.com. Enlist today. The BRN now continues.
Later tonight, we're scheduled to be on about 8:45. The show starts at 8, and it's at Ritz Ybor. Go to ritzybor.com for tickets. It's Eric Andre. He's doing a live show. Well, he does a show that he tapes and then releases as a live show. I'm assuming there's some stunts, there's some monologue, there's some stand-up. There's just, with Eric Andre, it's he can have a guy fall from the ceiling into his table.
Hey, we're just
dressed up like George Clooney.
We're just trying to have some good, wholesome fun and be out of there by 9 o'clock tonight, man. Be in bed by 10.
We're Ubering. Me, the Merch Crick, and Seth Kushner are going to share an Uber.
Will she sit in the front?
Yeah, of course. I mean, but why wouldn't I sit in the front?
Well, I always get stuck in the front because I like to be. I don't.
Where do you prefer to be?
I prefer to not have to be the main one to direct the conversation.
Well, then you
I
be
think
in the
that's
back.
a front seat
You be
job.
in the back.
Okay, I will.
And I'll be in the front, or I'll put her in the front.
Okay.
All we got to do is tell our Uber driver where we're going.
You don't like shotgun?
I don't like shotgun, Jay, because I feel like I love talking to Uber drivers and stuff, but I feel like there's pressure to talk when you're sitting right next to them.
Yeah, I kind of want to just do my own thing and be on my phone.
What? You're right. With an Uber driver, it's kind of like sitting bitch in the middle. You got the front seat. That's like the low man on the totem pole.
Yeah,
sheet,
Merch Crick sitting right up there. Me and Seth Rockstar will be in the back.
But the driver could be ogling your jugs and possibly get in an accident.
Well, or we could get a better rate.
That's true.
And then we could have her open the doors for us. You know what I'm saying?
No surge pricing, yeah.
Open your door, then open my door.
You mean when we get to Ybor, like we're a big deal?
Yeah. For real.
I like it.
I might put her in like a driver's cap, and like a uniform.
Now we're getting just getting your fantasies involved in our carpool scenario.
Lummy, did you see a story about the Las Vegas?
Yeah, it looks like it happened about 10, 11 days ago. I just sent it to you. I mean, it's kind of just a hard foul.
All right, I don't want to see it.
I sent you the video.
Well, okay, maybe I will.
Wyatt Harris at $36 on Superchat.
It just seems to me, though, that the entire league or these girls have gotten together and are like, hey, man, let's screw I can't believe that this girl is getting all this hype and, everybody's fallen in love with her and she's selling out arenas and she's got a $28 million Nike deal and, she's everything. And it seems like they've gotten together to try to maybe potentially hurt her, or maybe they're just like trying to show her this ain't Iowa, bitch. Maybe they're trying to do that. I don't know.
They were up in the first quarter. The Fever getting their first win last night in Los Angeles. That's got to be pretty tough, I would think, on Caitlin.
She swacked her in the face.
Was that it?
She swacked her in the face.
Yeah, they show her.
But she's not complaining.
And that's not a virtue of Caitlin's.
She's not complaining.
So, Bubba, if you watched in the beginning, they're kind of saying about her reaction.
Look at her. Look at her angles. She plays like a man. She's amazing.
And that's what makes her great.
Oh.
Foul call on Alicia.
Yeah, that ain't nothing.
Yeah, no,
that ain't nothing.
They're saying about the girl's reaction, how she runs away, kind of like whatever.
I'd much rather get this one in the show on this one. So this woman, some woman lost her luggage on Spirit Airline, but she had like an Apple Watch or something in
a tracker.
In the carry-on, so she was able to track down who stole her luggage. And this is a representative from Spirit Airline going out to the woman who stole the luggage to try to get the luggage back.
This guy with the microphones from Spirit?
Uh-huh.
Really?
He's not like a reporter?
Isn't he, Lummy? Or
yeah, it's the Spirit guy.
Yeah.
With his badge.
We told her at one point Garcia's Apple Watch was pinging from inside of her house. This happened. That was coming from your house.
Stop! I told you. If you don't want to go to jail with me.
She yanks the ID.
This is like Seth after the Bears lose.
Right off my neck and then claims that I hit her.
Phoebe's trying to come on in for some dinner, honey.
Yes. Put me in the camera. Put me in the camera.
Man, she's got some lunch lady arms, does she?
Police looked at the video.
That's the proof you come to slap me.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We told her at one point.
Yeah, so she had 4 pieces of the woman's luggage. And then she tries to turn it around on that guy. slap him.
What's Spirit doing sending out a guy with a microphone?
That's what I was thinking.
Well, the Spirit guy was also with the Channel 10 or wherever it was from.
Okay, that's
investigative reporter, probably.
Yeah. I'm finally going to leave you in good hands, ladies and gentlemen, this weekend as I say goodbye to you. This is the man that's controlling our country. Poor guy just looked like he's lost and tired.
But at some point, they put him to bed and they let her do the rest of it. He didn't even do the whole day.
As an
elder abuse.
As an American, I think our country is safer with Jill than Joe.
All the guys from D-Day that are like 100.
Dr. Jill, Bubba.
For real. Like, she's way more competent.
But she wasn't elected.
I know, but still.
What are you, Lummy, what are you saying? Just because that these guys are 102 and Biden's 81, that he should be looking a little bit more...
but the guys from D-Day look
exactly.
Just watch Joe. I think they're supposed to be... yeah, it is. It is.
I know people hate him, but it's an old guy that's lost it, man, and he should not be in this position.
And there's people shouldn't put him in this position.
Correct.
Exactly.
Okay.
French president, man, he knows what he's got to deal with.
What's he looking at?
See, the French president knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
French president and his wife's like, okay, after
after we shake hands, we're ignoring him.
Yeah, but then we're going to stand at attention because there's going to be a little gimmick here.
But I mean, Bubba, look at this. I mean, I'm no doctor, but I mean, what he's doing looks like something that probably happens more than one time a day.
Oh, I'm sure.
Senility.
And the way Jill just, I mean, whatever.
And look at Jill just puts her head down. She's like, oh, God. I wish I knew what Jackie O felt like. He doesn't
Distinguished guests, please welcome the Honorable Lloyd J. Austin.
What the hell is he doing?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know if he's supposed to sit down or not.
There's no chair.
Watch.
Is there a chair behind him?
Yeah, there is.
Oh,
God. I don't think it was
Distinguished guests, please welcome the Honorable Lloyd J. Austin.
Yeah.
And she's like, hey, stand up.
Did you see the guy that died on his way? He was 102.
Yeah,
he was going to celebrate.
He was going to celebrate D-Day.
Yeah,
probably no better way for him to die.
Well, I mean, he was
flying back to D-Day.
He was a
hero. I mean, like, he made his whole life. He's going to celebrate it on his way to celebrate.
He was a hero then, and he's a hero now.
Exactly.
And hopefully, I do okay tonight for the Eric Andre show. It's at the Ritz.
Hopefully, they let us in.
Yeah,
bring your credit cards.
8 o'clock, the Ritz. Go to ritzebor.com for last-minute tickets to see Eric Andre. Probably make a fool of me. Probably. ritzebor.com. If not, I'll see you Monday.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up Bean.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repair hello. I'm back.